council chambers located at 1 Tacoma Drive, or watch live on Channel 8 and through live streaming on Broomfield's website. The public may also participate in public comment either in person or by calling 855-695-3744 and pressing *3 to be placed in the queue for comment. Please note that if you're calling in for public comment and would like to speak on more than one agenda item, you'll need to press *3 each time to be placed back in the queue for comment. Public comment will be limited to 90 minutes total per item. The first 1 through 15 participants in the queue have 3 minutes to speak. The next 16 through 25 in the queue have 2 minutes, and if time remains, the next 26 plus participants in the queue have 1.5 minutes to speak. Again, if joining virtually for public comment, that number is 855-695-3744 and press *3 to be placed in the queue. Screeners will ask callers for their first and last name, neighborhood, and the agenda item they would like to comment on. Please call several minutes before the agenda item and press *3 to ensure you're in the queue for comments. If joining in person, we'll ask you to come to the podium and state your name and neighborhood for the record. Before we call tonight's meeting to order, I would like to remind council and staff that when presenting or talking, please be sure your microphone is turned on and to speak into the microphone. This will help ensure that the audio is clear for the public listening on Channel 8 and through live streaming. The City Council meeting is called to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson. Here. Cohen. Groom. Here. Hinkle. Here. Jazerski.
Here.
Law Evans. Lim. Here. Lindstedt.
Here.
Sharp.
Here.
Tessier. Here.
A quorum is present. Will everyone please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
In an effort to keep order for tonight's meeting, I ask council members to limit their comments to 5 minutes. David will be assisting with the timekeeping. Additionally, please remember council's rules of procedure regarding conduct. When possible, council member comments communications should be limited to 5 minutes per individual per item. If council members are given an opportunity to speak for a second time on an item, they should limit their comments and communication to 2 minutes. We will plan on a 10-minute break at approximately 8 p.m. We will begin with council's review and approval of this evening's agenda. Council may add or remove items from the consent agenda, or council may revise the order of business for the meeting. Does any member of the council have any comments or questions regarding this evening's agenda? Seeing none, are there any objections to this agenda being approved? Seeing none, this agenda is approved. Next is petitions and communications. We have 2 items. The first item is an update on the North Mobility Hub from Karen Stewart, CDOT Commissioner. Welcome, Ms. Stewart. Please come to the podium and share your update.
Thank you, Mayor Castriana and honorable city council members. I'm thrilled to be here. I'm thrilled to talk to you today as your CDOT Commissioner. I wanted to put up the slide that comes next and to show you what the 11-member area of the state of Colorado is represented, and I'm number 4. We have 11 CDOT commissioners. Our statute requires us to provide budget approval, to approve and fund projects, and to provide policy to the state of Colorado regarding transportation. I was appointed in 2017 by Governor Hickenlooper, and I was reappointed last month by Governor Polis for another 4-year term. I'm District 4, which means I represent Boulder County, Broomfield County, and Adams County. And before we became the county, I lived in the Boulder County portion of Broomfield, and now I live in the Adams County portion of Broomfield. So I've lived in all of those portions. I'm thrilled to be here tonight and to talk to you about mobility hubs. Next slide, yeah. So CDOT has been working on a few different things than we have in the past. And one of those is to enhance multimodal mobility. And that means that we need to have more infrastructure available for options other than driving alone in your car. And one of those options that has the most impact is transit. And all of you sitting up here know that Broomfield is in a transit desert in lots of areas of Broomfield. And one of the most important things I think as we look at this is CDOT's vision of what a mobility hub could be. It's not just really a place for a bus to drive in or to get an electric scooter or something like that. It really has a number of components that we're hoping to build into these mobility hubs. Next slide, please. So the Mobility Hub program is kind of interesting because a year ago, as little as a year ago, we had this Mobility Hub program. And if you look at the top in the blue where it says planning and design not started, there's our Mobility Hub at I-25 and State Highway 7. And I can tell you that I was pretty darn frustrated when I looked at this and wondered why we were so far beyond everyone else. And one of the reasons we are is this is a fairly large interchange that really is the nexus between Boulder and Brighton and northern Colorado, and where northern Colorado really does business with the Denver metro region right there at Highway 7. And the mobility hubs that were getting funded and built were very small, $3 million worth, $5 million worth, $13 million worth, which really was more like a pull-off for the Bustang. One of the reasons we're doing these mobility hubs is to provide that Bustang service from Fort Collins all the way down. And we also have at CDOT a service that goes from the Denver metro all the way out to the western slope now. And we have a Snowstang. So we do quite a lot of transit in our department of Colorado, which is the highway department that now has become a much more integrated full service operation. So it's interesting because in the 10-year plan, we at CDOT looked at how do we take these major projects and put them into buckets that can have some funding and move forward. And the buckets for the State Highway 7 and I-25 Mobility Hub was in years 5 through 10. Now, it doesn't mean that our 10-year plan means you have to wait until that 10-year or 8-year or 7-year. But what it means is we fund them every year as we go, whenever we find some funding. And we had funding in our 10-year plan up to year 3, with the rest of the plans waiting to have identified funding. This year, with 260, we got some extra money back from some of the stuff that we've had to put in for our certificates of participation. We've had to refund some of that, and stimulus funds. And so we looked at what could that money purchase? What could that money fund? And we looked at a lens of, let's make sure our assets are protected. So in our 10-year plan, year 3B, which is what we're in right now, we're looking at asset protection like the Eisenhower Johnson Tunnel. We're putting $50 million into that. Now that's not going to take care of it, but it's a start. Out of the $238 million that we have in this little chunk of money we weren't expecting to get, we're also looking at how do we enhance multi-mobility and how do we do more of the revitalization of Main Streets projects that have been so successful. So if you go to the next one, I'm pleased to tell you that we managed to get $12.5 million allocated to the State Highway 7 Mobility Hub that is added to the 1.5 that we had last year that was sitting out there in some future year. That gives us $14 million. I'm pretty excited about that. And I think that we will be moving this forward fairly rapidly. In the next couple of months, We will be working with your staff, with Sarah and with Jennifer and others to make sure that we have stakeholder input. We're having a stakeholder meeting with the development on either side and to the north to talk about how do we coordinate, how do we have collaboration, and how do we work on connectivity. And I'm going to give the city of Broomfield a lot of credit for having Shoshana Liu come out here, do the tour, and have us talk about how important State Highway 7 was and I-25 and that connectivity. If you want us to do great development that has transit, we need to be able to connect to that transit. So next slide, please. So there's our money. It's in writing. And you can see some of the other projects that we're doing with this extra money that we got. The Floyd Hill piece, you know, that's a $450 million piece that we're starting with some transit options to get some of that traffic off of here. We got some wildlife underpasses that are being built, but $135 million in the next couple of years is going to go toward that. So I have to thank the state legislature and all of you who went out. I know Devin Shaft, our council member, went and spoke in favor of the 260 funding, and it's really a godsend to us at CDOT to be able to get some of these projects off. Next one, please. So this is just a schematic. It's just an engineer's drawing that says what will $14 million pay for. $14 million will probably pay for a pretty good design. It will pay for some ramps that will allow buses to go onto State Highway 7, go across State Highway 7 and back down, so that the riding time is reliable and not compromised. You know, people won't ride a bus if the bus is has too many stops or the stops take a long time to get back on the road. So CDOT is committed to bringing Bustang to State Highway 7 and I-25. We have a park and ride on the east side that we can start with. We're going to do a pedestrian bridge, and I've been told that we won't put anything in that would be throwaway when we do the next phase. And I think many of you have seen that 3-tiered. Well, that's my dream. I'm not sure we're going to get there. I've been told it's a little Disneylandish, but I really think that if we continue to move this project forward and all of you are in support of this being a priority for your CDOT dollars, that we can get this moved into the next phase. So I'm hoping that with the stakeholder meetings that we'll have the first one about a week from now, and then we'll have much larger charrettes and stakeholder meetings to figure out how soon can we get Bustang down. And then the next thing we have to do, and I have to give Broomfield credit for this, is we have to meet with Deborah Johnson, the general manager of RTD again, and say, look, CDOT's building you the slip ramps. We need that service to come from 120th up to State Highway 7. And then the last thing that we're going to look at is how do we put bus rapid transit on State Highway 7? And how do we get people who live in Brighton and work in Boulder or work in Broomfield? How do we get them an option to get over here? I know many of you serve on the State Highway 7 Coalition as well. So a lot of moving parts, but I was pretty excited about this. When we approved it last Thursday, I thought, well, I'm going to call Jennifer and see if I could come and tell you about it. I'm pretty excited about it. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Stewart. We share your excitement. This is great. Great way to kick off the meeting. Thank you. So we'll go to public comments next. Does any member of the public have any comments on this agenda item? And I don't see any online. We'll proceed with any council member comments. Oh, don't leave yet, Commissioner Stewart. There might be some questions. Karen?
I'm sorry, I'm all about efficiency. You know, when you're done with me, I'm gone.
Sure, I wanted to clap, but I know we're not supposed to, so I was trying to do jazz hands. Thank you for that update. I'm super excited to at least get that going. With the 14 million, not to put too much pressure on the next phase,
what would be our next step? Would we be waiting another 10 years for phase 2? Or how would we get that next phase of money?
Well, I knew someone would ask me that. It's probably why I was headed out. I don't think we'll be waiting another 10 years, and I'll tell you why. There's 3 components to this intersection. You all know this. One of them is the managed lanes that have to go from where they end now, just short of E470 Northwest Parkway. They need to go up and connect to the rest of the system. And when those managed lanes are built, then a bus can get on those managed lanes in sort of a fixed guideway, not really, but it can get out of general purpose traffic. So we're going to push for that because that's reduces greenhouse gas emissions when you can have those kinds of trips that take them off of single occupancy vehicle. So we need to have a possibility to get those managed lanes done. And then the interchange itself is about 7 years from failure. 260,000 cars a day go through that interchange. And that was pre-COVID, and I think we're pretty close to back to that again. For a while we weren't, but I think we're pretty close to back to that. So we have to find within CDOT some money to do that interchange redo, which is a diverging diamond. If you're familiar with the one on US 36 by McCaslin, similar to that, has a better pedestrian flow because we've learned some things since we built that one. So you have my commitment. I have 4 years left as your transportation commissioner. You have my commitment to be pushing all the time on how do we get the next phase. And I've asked the staff to tell me how much they think the next phase has to be. And I didn't get a good answer for that. I think when we originally looked at that whole interchange, it's something like 300 million for all those 3 components.
Sure.
But the managed lane is about 100 million of that. So you start eating away at that, you kind of get the order of magnitude of how much money we need to bring. And we want to be sure and get that diverging diamond in there before we continue to build the mobility hub, so it's not a throwaway. So whatever we do out there doesn't have to be redone, because that's the kiss of death at CDOT. If I propose something that's going to have to be redone in 5 years, that's not a good way to manage taxpayers' money. So I hope I answered that. Was
You
it?
did, thank you, and know that we've got your back if you need us.
Thank you. I will need you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shao.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Stewart, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for your service to CDOT and the state of Colorado. You talked about the Disneyland's effect of the current design of or I guess the current vision for what the mobility hub would be. But you also mentioned design. So is CDOT going to be taking the lead on that design with what that mobility hub would look like?
Yes, so, we have a design that we paid for a couple of years ago, and it's the 3 layers. And the reason it was 3 layers was to separate transit and pedestrian and car traffic, so that it really was walkable or connections could happen. And we wanted it over the top so that both sides of development, from the Thornton side and the Broomfield side, could access that equally easily. And I think we at CDOT will be looking at how do you still accomplish what that 3-layer would do for us without having to build it in a 3-layer configuration. So we at CDOT don't design a lot ourselves. We use consultants to design, but we give them the direction of what we're looking for. So my hope is that in this charrette we're going to do, in these stakeholder meetings we're going to do, that we will have quite a bit of input that will help CDOT then work with the consultant to do the design that will work best. And that's why I was so eager to get the developers to come to this meeting to tell us what do they need us to do to connect to their plans. How can we serve the people who live on either side who are the most likely early riders?
Thank you so much.
Thank
That's all
you.
I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other council member comment? Well, I just want to thank you again, and thank you for your efficient update. And I'm just over the moon about this progress we've made. It's the gift.
Well, thanks very much, and thanks for all you guys have done to lay the foundation for this. And I think having both our executive director, Shoshana Liu, and having general manager come and talk to us, Deborah Johnson, come and talk to us and actually be on site and see what we're talking about is really, has been beneficial. So yeah, and I'm just so glad that the stimulus money came in and we were able to parse it out across the state, 238 million parsed across the state, and we got some of it. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Have a good night.
Okay, now I can leave right now.
Thanks. Thank you. My screensaver came on, I don't know. Our second item under petitions and communications this evening is an update on the 2021 community survey results. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, council and community. Carolyn Romero will introduce this item to us, and we do have the representative from NRC to walk us through the item. Staff was pretty excited at the top lines and more excited as we went through. So we have plenty of room for improvement, but I think coming through the last 2 years with a new staff and a new council, pretty remarkable, the highest overall score for overall satisfaction that Broomfield's ever had. With that, Ms. Romero.
Thank you, Manager Hoffman, and thank you, Mayor and City Council, for allowing us the opportunity to go over the 2021 community survey results with you. I'm here to introduce Erin Caldwell, the Vice President of Research for the National Research Center. So I'll present a high-level overview and then field any questions that you may have. The full report is in your memorandum and will be posted on social media and the website in the next community update. Thank you.
And hello, Mayor Council. I am very happy to be here tonight. As Carolyn said, I'm Erin Caldwell, Vice President of Research at National Research Center. And I am going to present just a summary of the findings from the report. We have a pretty big report for you. Surveys such as these are about transparency and accountability and are a window into government performance. These surveys allow you to hear from a different voice, not just those who attend public meetings or maybe send emails to council members. Next slide. Every 3 years, the City and County of Broomfield conducts a community survey to provide City Council and staff with ratings of resident opinions and satisfaction with various services and programs offered in Broomfield. The City and County has partnered with National Research Center, or NRC, to conduct these community surveys ever since 2002, providing you a long trend line for many of the survey items. And I'll note that while staff anticipated that the significance of the pandemic and closures due to COVID-19 would impact the survey results, particularly for questions related to the use of various facilities, the continued feedback from the community to drive decisions remains critical for the City and County. Next slide, please. For the 2021 community survey, it was a priority to increase the total number of responses and hear from a more representative sample of the community's diverse population. So in addition to promoting an open online survey that was available to all residents, which has been done in the past, enhanced efforts were made with a representative probability sample survey. We mailed survey invitations to 8,500 resident households, an increase from the 3,000 that had been sent in prior years. Another change in 2021 compared to previous implementations was conducting the survey almost entirely online. In our contacts with the randomly selected sample, we provided an invitation to go to the website and complete that survey. This was a less expensive way to recruit residents to the survey and allowed us to invite more households. The first mailing, however, did give residents or recipients the option to mail back a postage paid request to receive a hard copy of the survey. So that option was available. Another change we made was that all survey materials were provided in English, Spanish, simplified Chinese, and Vietnamese. And in the past, it had been English only. Surveys were collected over a 7-week period. A total of 1,104 surveys were completed, yielding a response rate of 13% for that probability sample. And of those 1,104 completed surveys, 9 were completed in simplified Chinese, 6 in Spanish, and 2 in Vietnamese. So not a big number, but we did help us to hear from those populations. And I'll just mention that for mailed invitation to an online survey, we at NRC usually see response rates between like 8 and 18%, usually kind of towards the lower end, so that 13% was a good response. We also received 309 completed surveys through the outreach efforts for that open participation survey. And after we weighted the survey results from the random sample survey and the open participation survey, kind of rebalancing to match the demographics of the population, we found that the results were similar enough that we felt comfortable combining those. So the results I'm going to show you are based on 1,413 survey responses. Next slide, please. And now I'm going to dive into the results, which I'm sure is what you really want to hear about. And I'm going to emphasize this is a summary, and I'm not going to recite every statistic from the survey because it was a long survey and you have a lot of good, rich information in that report. So I encourage you to dive deeper into those areas that are of interest to you. So as you can see here, residents rate the quality of life in Broomfield very highly and give especially positive ratings to Broomfield as a place to raise children. When we compared these ratings to those given by residents in other communities along the Front Range, Broomfield's ratings were higher or much higher. In fact, there were 45 items on the survey that could be compared to these Front Range benchmarks. And of these, 39 received ratings that were higher than the benchmark comparisons. The survey also asked residents to rate various other aspects of the city and county of Broomfield government performance. And as you can see here, these ratings also were higher or much higher than the Front Range benchmark comparisons. Next slide. The overall quality of services provided by the city and county of Broomfield was given high marks, with 79% of residents giving an excellent or good rating. And in spite of the challenges that COVID-19 presented, this was similar to what we observed in 2018. About 2/3 of residents rated the overall performance of city council as excellent or good. And this was also similar to what we've seen on previous surveys, in spite of the pressures of the pandemic and the difficult policy decisions faced by council. However, that does not to say that COVID-19 didn't have an impact. We observed that compared to previous survey implementations, visit to outdoor amenities in the previous year were higher in 2021, and visits to indoor amenities were lower, just what you would expect. And then here at the bottom of the slide, we show the approximate proportion of the community giving positive ratings to various amenities and services. Almost all of the parks, recreation, and leisure services and facilities were rated very highly, particularly open space and trails and library services. And again, where comparisons could be made to benchmarks, the comparisons were favorable, higher or much higher than national or Front Range communities for most of these items. Next slide. Residents gave high marks to police services, with 81% giving an excellent or good rating, similar to what we saw in 2018. And this was a rating that was similar to the national benchmark comparison, but higher than the Front Range benchmark. 96% of residents felt safe in Broomfield during the day, and 81% said they felt safe in Broomfield at night. And again, these ratings were similar to what we've observed in the past. Residents were asked to indicate the extent to which that they felt each of a set of potential problems were a problem in Broomfield. And while the proportion considering violent crime a major or moderate problem remains stable from 2018 to 2021, we did see a large increase in the proportions considering property crime a major or moderate problem, increasing from 33% in 2018 to 61% in 2021. And I'll just note that Broomfield staff tell us that crime data also show this trend, and the contributing factors could be the economic crisis caused by COVID-19, the closures of the courts, and partial closures of the jails. Next slide. Oh, I actually can go back one, sorry. I forgot to mention that we did ask residents to tell us in their own words what they thought were the highest priority services, and 35% of respondents, that was the most, said that police services were a high priority service for the community. Okay, now the next slide. Broomfield residents were asked to evaluate several aspects of the local economy. Over 8 in 10 respondents felt that the strength of the local economy and the quality of essential shopping options was excellent or good. About 7 in 10 felt the business community was well positioned for tomorrow's opportunities. And a majority of respondents also gave positive ratings to the type and pace of development and growth in Broomfield. However, there were several aspects of the local economy that were viewed less positively. Only 4 in 10 thought Broomfield had a creative and innovative business community, or that Broomfield was a place where new businesses and products could be discovered or experienced. The ease of bus travel was much lower than the benchmarks, with 35% of residents rating it as excellent or good. A nice tie into the previous presentation. Respondents' outlook for access to affordable, quality housing has been declining since 2012, when 53% of respondents gave excellent or good ratings. In 2018, that dipped very low with only 18% giving positive ratings. And despite the increases in the housing prices experienced in the entire Front Range, ratings actually did increase a little bit, up to 25%, excellent or good in 2021. This rating was much lower than the national benchmark comparison, but it was similar to the Front Range benchmark where the entire region has been experiencing these pressures. Next slide. This year's survey included questions intended to explore resident perceptions of how welcoming the community is to those of diverse backgrounds and viewpoints. These questions came from a bank of questions that we developed at NRC because we saw that this was becoming a big issue for many people across the nation. Broomfield may wish to include these questions on future surveys to gauge changes over time. While a majority of respondents felt that the community was doing an excellent or good job in many of these areas, there were some specific items which showed room for improvement. One of the ones that was a good rating, we had 75% of respondents felt that the Broomfield community was welcoming to residents of all backgrounds. However, the flip of this means that there were 25% who rated this as only fair or poor. About 6 in 10 respondents felt the community did an excellent or good job at demonstrating respect for residents of different cultures and belief systems. Only about half of respondents believe the community did an excellent or good job at providing equal access to housing for residents. And as you can see here too, at the bottom of the slide, only about 3 in 10 residents felt the community is very moderately welcoming to people who are unhoused. Between 60% and 70% of residents felt the community was very or moderately welcoming to people of other faiths. Black or African Americans, Arabic or Middle Eastern people, people who identify as transgender, non-US citizens, people whose first language is not English, or people of Islamic faith. And then I'll note when we looked at some of the crosstabs for this question that younger respondents, those who've lived in Broomfield for a shorter time, those who identified as other than Anglo-white, and those of lower income were more likely to perceive the community as less valuing of diversity than were their counterparts. Next slide. We asked, this year, a number of questions were included on the survey of sort of special interest to council and to staff. A majority of residents, 61%, were interested in having the city explore a single hauler neighborhood trash collection option. And I'll note that garbage collection services received ratings by residents that were lower than both the national and Front Range benchmarks. That hasn't been on any of the slides, but I thought this was a good time to mention that. Over 8 in 10 residents strongly or somewhat supported the city and county of Broomfield using rebates and voluntary water audits to encourage energy and resource conservation in both single and multifamily residences and for Broomfield businesses. And we've asked about this kind of program for Broomfield businesses in the past, and we saw similar ratings. When asked about their personal interest in sustainability programs or incentives, a large amount of interest was expressed by residents. 2/3 were interested in solar or renewable energy programs or incentives to power their home. Half were interested in programs or incentives to drive an electric vehicle, and about half were interested in programs or incentives to compost at home. Only about 2 in 10 respondents were interested in none of these programs. Next slide. Residents were asked if they would support or oppose a salary increase for the mayor and council. This proposal had fairly strong support, with about 3/4 strongly or somewhat supporting the proposed increases, while about 1/4 opposed it. When asked whether to change from the current council manager governance structure to a county commissioner structure, residents were fairly evenly divided. We had about 48% supporting such a change, and then 52% opposed it, so almost half and half. Residents were asked if they would support or oppose generating new revenue for local or regional transportation priorities. And there was broad support for both of these. with about 8 and 10 respondents strongly or somewhat supporting new revenue for local transportation priorities, and 7 and 10 somewhat or strongly supporting new revenue for regional transportation priorities. Next slide. We asked residents what 3 words they would use to describe Broomfield, and the most frequently mentioned terms were safe and friendly. Other positive descriptions included clean, quiet, beautiful, and convenient. Expensive, though, was a description made by about 1 in 10 respondents. Residents were next asked to answer in their own words, what should Broomfield prioritize in the next 3 years? The topics most frequently mentioned are shown here, with affordable housing rising to the top, named as an issue that the city and county should prioritize by about 2 in 10 respondents. Economic development and policies to encourage sustainable or environmental practices were the next most commonly cited issues. And that brings me to the end of the presentation. I have a kind of, like I said, high-level summary of the results. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Ms. Romero, did you have any comments that you wanted to add?
Thank you for the opportunity, and we're excited about these. I can't wait to see some more thought and questions and comments when you have a moment to digest all of this. Manager Hoffman, I do think there are a couple we should follow up on, especially those topical questions to include some of the commissioner structure, salary increases, transportation tax. I think it was very surprising to see tax or revenue generating measure supported by the community. Thank you again.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with public comments. Does any member of the public have any comments on this agenda item? Coming up to the podium is Jewel.
My name is Roxy Jewell and I'm from Lackamora. I went through every page of this report. It's not a good report. 13%, that's nothing. So, and a lot of it wasn't good. So you really need to look at it and understand that the people aren't really happy with the way things are. So maybe you should kind of rethink the direction, or maybe think more of the people and the taxpayers than your own personal ideas and things that you have an agenda for. But remember, the taxpayers, they can vote you in, they can vote you out, or they can go ahead and complain. So that's what everybody thinks I'm doing. That's my opinion. So I just don't think your report was a good report.
Thank you, Ms. Jewell. Are there any other members of the public that would like to comment on this agenda item? I don't see anybody in the queue online, so next is council member questions. Any council members? Councilmember Groom.
Thank you, and thank you for the report. I actually am in alignment a little bit with Ms. Jewell. I do think that there is some diamonds in the rough that we could have captured. The presentation really shines some light on some positive things, that there were some things that I think we could have captured that stood out that we could really learn from, and some of the trends that I know that was in the report, the 300 some pages that I went through. But I did have some questions because I don't want to bog down the meeting with the trends on some of the things we could learn. I thought it was interesting where the public did say they would approve the salary for the council, but the information that was given to them was the table of the salary increases kind of over time, where it was like almost every 6 to 7 years, there was like a $200 pay increase. And so it kind of leads me to believe that the public was like, sure, give yourself $100, you know, or $200, right? So it really wasn't a true indication to me of what the public was thinking in regards to the salary increase that we might be thinking about. So it wasn't necessarily, I think it was leading them into maybe
200 hours. And so in regards to how we stage that question, I think, sure, our last salary increase was $300. So I just wanted to point that out. And then in regards to kind of the same thing with the transportation revenue, I found that kind of odd because pretty much our transportation bills always get turned down. So when we had the salaries come back, where they not only said yes to local revenue, and then also yes to the regional revenue increase, I wish we had some more meat into that. And maybe is there any way we can dig into that?
Absolutely. And so those three questions, we didn't have a baseline for those questions before.
Sure.
So we too, particularly for the transportation, we're quite surprised. But when we look back at the 80%, and this is pre-COVID, we're anticipating that number will probably go to somewhere around 60% that actually commute, and that 20% will be working from home. We again, without additional information, Councilmember Groom, we wanted to be sure that it was even something that we would invest more time in. And so those three questions were not designed to be able to say, check the box here and give us a final. It was more of a overall range of, what do you think we should pursue? Is this worth pursuing? And so generally from a top line, any type of survey, but particularly the scientific ones, anything that is over 45% is generally worth the time to explore further. And then you dig in deeper, you have a much wider breadth of what the community looks like through various survey tools. So again, the NRC tool is a comprehensive tool that then guides you into, if the community had come back and said, no, council, or even if it was a kind of a 40-60 on the salary or package, we wouldn't necessarily have pursued that.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that it was so much higher, regardless of what was in the plan, leads us to believe that there's
an opening.
Opportunity to
Okay.
dig in deeper. And same with the transportation. I mean, those transportation numbers are huge.
Sure.
So again, it goes back to 80% of our population commutes. So the pain points for the local roads is high, and the pain points for commuting, whether it be to Denver, to Louisville, to Boulder on 93 or Highway 7 or 36. The pain point is to the point now because the state has not interjected with those funds. So the higher the pain point, the lower the threshold, the more likely you are to say, yeah, I'm in.
Okay, so I could expect, or we could expect that maybe staff is gonna take this now that we have the survey and then come back and say, okay, here are some of the areas that we see that we would recommend to go into a little deeper.
Absolutely.
Okay, and then I would kind of expect some of those nuggets that I found that we could learn from, for instance, would be street maintenance and repair. That actually is going down as far as a service, if you look trending over time.
Yes.
That possibly we could look at our budget to say, how do we look at that across the board? Because we are missing something there and reallocate some budget or whatever that is recommended.
You bet. And we look forward to that, Councilmember Groom, because now with the prioritization, we can apply the equity filter to that. And that's a welcomed opportunity for staff to be able to do that.
Sure, and I was also interested in affordable housing, because I know that filtered to the top on a couple different questions. So if you look across the board, it wasn't just that one question. It was really in a few different avenues. But again, affordable housing is such a broad thing. Is that attainable housing? Is that for sale housing? Is what category? And I think that that's another discussion we need to have is in our community, what did these survey respondents, what are they looking for more so? Because we are putting a lot of for lease type products on the market versus for sale type products that are affordable. in that range affordable. So should we as council be looking at changing our mindset to attainable for sale? Because that's not what we're doing. So those would be some of the additional analysis or discussions I would be looking for, is should we be changing some of those decision points that we're looking at. So as I studied it, those would be some of the things, additional discussions I'd like to continue having.
We appreciate that.
Thank you very much. That's all I had.
Councilmember Hinkle?
Thank you, Mayor Castrera, and thank you so much for this presentation. First of all, who made all the graphics? This is pretty amazing. Is it Ms. Carolyn?
It was Elaine Jones from the city and county, and I thought she did a beautiful job.
That was a great presentation, working in communications. It was very well laid out. It wasn't too much information, and it also was enough information to give me a really good flavor as to, that's a large survey. And to put that into infographics like that is very impressive. So kudos to your team, and very impressed.
It was your team here who did those slides. It was Elaine.
I am very not surprised about transportation and housing being, a lot of, the high points on here. I love that the words that are safe and friendly. A lot of people say that they don't always remember how exactly they're treated, but they understand how they feel when they leave Broomfield. And I feel like safe and friendly is a great, starting point here. So I did have a question. I guess I'll just talk a little bit about the affordable quality housing. 2 out of 10 saying that's only 2 out of 10 saying that we have affordable quality housing. And that's alarming to me. It's not surprising, but it is alarming. 3 out of 10 feel the community is welcoming to people who are unhoused. That's also not surprising, and I feel like we could really work on that. And then, 20% rose to the top for affordable housing. And so as we look at different options, I think we can work as a region and figure out what other people are doing nearby, because we have a lot of people that work, east of I-25 that live here in Broomfield. So they're obviously offering them something that we weren't. And I feel like that's really important. I did have one question. It's interesting when I talk to people in the community, even when we talked at the July 4th celebration and we're handing out our pens of being a city and county, they're like, oh, we're a city and a county? I had no idea. And it's true, especially when you go out, you do ballot initiatives, you have people sign and they say, what county am I in? And people don't understand that we're a city and a county. So I'm just curious, when asked whether to change from the current council manager governance structure to a county commissioner structure, if it's evenly divided, I just wanted to know if it was explained to them in the survey. What did that look like to them when they're saying, oh, I didn't know we were a city and a county, and now I have a choice as to the governance structure of this, or something I might just have learned about. So I'm just curious as to what that education might have looked like in the survey.
I can read you the question. It was a couple paragraphs, not a big one, but so here's what the question was. Broomfield is coming up on its 20-year anniversary. The state of Colorado voted to incorporate Broomfield as a city and county in 2001 as a council manager, nonpartisan governance structure in which an elected city council serves as the city's primary legislative body and appoints a chief executive officer called a city manager to oversee day-to-day municipal operations, draft a budget, and implement and enforce the council's policy and legislative initiatives. An alternative structure is having a county commissioners through a charter change, which may be a full-time paid position representing each ward, similar to Jefferson County, Adams County, etc. Staff reports directly to the city commissioners in this model. Salary would be set through a potential ordinance change. How likely would you be to support a change to a county commissioner structure?
Okay, so the math person in me is saying, what are these outliers? What are these variables happening here? I would be interested in dissecting that even further and saying, like, why are we leaning towards one side or the other? Is it because it's a full-time commissioner pay, or are we looking at a governance structure where we have, city and county manager? What's the why behind that? So I think, if we can incorporate that in future surveys and dissect that out, I think I appreciate that. I love that question too. I think it's very important. Sometimes in surveys, you're providing education and you're also asking the question. So I really appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tessier?
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you for putting this together. I'm so happy to hear that some of the community members who are Spanish speaking and Vietnamese speaking were able to partake in this. And I can see this only getting better and better as we grow. I wanted to see if you could, and I know you did this in our in the report, but if you could talk a little bit about how your data, how you compensated for like the 13% of the community responding and how you adjusted for. So do that. And then the second part of that question is like, what number, what percentage does a researcher really look for in order to get that good data?
So I assume you're asking what like response rate number, or is it that we're looking for? So I think the biggest thing that we try to do is, make sure we're doing everything we can with survey research best practices to, have a representative viewpoint, of these results for you. So response rates to all surveys are declining. Pew, a very reputable research organization, they're down, they do primarily by phone, they're down into like single digit response rates, but they have a really fabulous survey research department. And so they do a lot of research to try to see, how is non-response impacting their results. And they're still finding now in the last couple of years, okay, it is starting to bias the results a little bit, but with, good methods like weighting to match the demographic profile, they can get things pretty representative. And so we try to employ, as many of those survey research best practices as we can. So we have multiple contacts with each household. We did give an option to do the survey hard copy if you didn't have internet access. That's always one of the concerns with, kind of doing this push to an online survey. And if you could put the slideshow back up, the very last slide, I'll just talk a little bit because this is one of those kind of little bit more mysterious things where I said we weight the survey results. It's kind of rebalancing. So on this chart, what you're seeing is the blue is like the population norm. That's from the census, what adults look like in Broomfield. So what percent, about 88% are white in Broomfield, looking down at that bottom corner, or 53% live in a single family home. And then the green bar is showing you before we weighted the results, this is who responded. And as we sort of expect, we hear from fewer younger people and we hear from more older people. We hear more from people in single family homes and less from people in, multifamily residences. So what that weighting does is it rebalances. And the theory behind that is that like the young people we heard from are more like the young people we didn't hear from than they are like the older people that we heard from. So that's some of that theory with that kind of reweighting. It's not perfect, but it does help to make these survey responses more representative of your community. Does that answer the question?
Yes, it does. I appreciate that. And yeah, there's a lot to it. And I quite agree, with Ms. Jules, like there wasn't a lot of people who filled out the survey. And I mean, I don't know what Pew's doing to, try to, get more people. And I don't know if social media has there's so much survey happening. Maybe there's I don't know if it's shorter or whatever. Could we break a survey up into bits and pieces over a period of time? Could we wait till we have National Night Out to ask about certain things? Can we wait till we have like the 4th of July picnic? And could there be people actually surveying or handing out the surveys? I really don't know, but I mean, there's I think room for opportunity there. And then the other question I had is on the survey, do you leave room for other? Can people put in what other issues that they might have that might not have shown up on their survey?
In a few cases, not very often. I mean, most for a lot of the questions, it's like rate these characteristics of the community or rate these services. And so we don't have like an other for that because it's a list of services. So I kind of talked already about a couple of the open-ended questions that we had where they can answer in their own words. So that was like, what's the highest priority services? What are the issues, that the city and county should focus on in the next 3 years that they could answer in their own words? And then, of course, that question about what 3 words they would use to describe Broomfield. That was their opportunity for that voice. We didn't include like just tell us anything else that you want us to hear. We didn't ask that question because we had these other questions.
Is there a particular reason why you wouldn't want to ask that question, or does it get?
Those questions, survey research speak,
Yes, and that's, yes, I want to understand.
they have they're cognitively difficult to do. Like, it's one thing to just go through here, like that's a fairly easy task. To write in your own words, like, is a higher burden thing, and we really want to ask, meaning staff who is directing us, but us at NRC too, like, we already had 4 of these sort of open-ended questions on the survey, and we sort of felt like that's maybe as much as we want to ask people to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all your time on this.
Member Tessier, if I may, quickly, Mayor, at the City County Manager Conference, excuse me, they had a whole session on what was community engagement survey and what it will be. And it's because of social media and the multitude of platforms and folks feeling that in the past, surveys were really your only connection unless you came to city council meetings. Now, the plethora of opportunities to and to be anonymous, right? And so anonymity goes both ways. A lot of folks think that being anonymous creates this, the social media devil, if you will. But there's a lot of folks, especially when we go through DEI and equity work, it's really important to maintain those levels of anonymity. So when we dig into these questions more, the future is exactly what you said, topic driven, where they're not exhausted after that. I mean, it took 40 minutes to do this survey if you filled each one of them out, right? And so by the time you get done posting, what do you think on Facebook and posting Instagram and posting and all of you and Nextdoor has become the end all be all for a multitude of topics, right, wrong, or indifferent. It's just that Nextdoor has become the outlet to talk with like-minded people. So again, the relevancy and absolutely no job security questions in what I'm about to say. But the next community survey won't be 3 years away, and it won't look like this. Although we sure appreciate NRC's work with the last 15 years.
Thank you, Councilmember Lynn. I just wanted to highlight the strong support for sustainability that was in the questions. It was represented by the public response, and connect that to the ACES presentation last week. So where we have some questions where, as Councilmember Groom pointed to, we need to do a little deeper dive into what the community's thinking. We already have that process in place with our ACES committee, where our staff and members of ACES are doing that stakeholder involvement to try to find out the response to specific sustainability proposals. So I just wanted to tie that together, that I'm glad to see that survey response, not surprised, but glad that we're already implementing things and bringing recommendations forward then to council at the end of the year. Thank you. Any other council member comment?
Well, it definitely, was an extraordinary report for an extraordinary year. And I came from the media, so back in the day, we had the Nielsen ratings that we had to deal with, and we only took samples because we didn't have the technology to get to every, viewer. So this is a sample. Would you say that it was a good enough sample to provide an accurate picture?
I do feel that, yes. And like I said, given how we conducted the survey this year, this is similar to what we've seen and really on the better end for surveys conducted this way.
I did read a lot of the written comments at the end, and one of the things that stood out for me is people that love the community and they love living here, but they're house poor. And that to me tells you that that's a whole nother situation that, we're not even talking about with affordability, because they're not able to afford the wonderful amenities like the Bay and the rec center. And maybe that's something we can dive into as well. So maybe we can have an offer, a income-based offer so that more people can enjoy the services that we have.
Absolutely, and I think one of the pieces, Councilmember Broom hit on it a little bit, and that is, as we grow into understanding what attainable housing is, what affordable housing is, what that equity lens looks like, what are those target populations, right? So if we have an inclusionary housing ordinance for 10% and 20%, really being able to drill down into where those funds from the Independent Housing Authority, what does that look like, right? Because if it's 80% of AMI, which is generally where we are, that is not going to hit anything on this survey, right? So you need to be at 60% of AMI, between 30% and 60% from the demographics in our community, right? The developmentally disabled, that's another, there's gaps, right? And so from senior citizens, again, just from a totality of circumstances, those items that we haven't asked about before, and those items that are now council priorities, back to Councilmember Lim's point, sustainability. So we look at the top line, that trash haulers, 61%. So now now we come back and we say, what does it actually look like? What does the campaign look like? What does it cost? What's the overall, particularly when we have competing interests from priorities, right? When they don't necessarily, affordable housing and sustainability on multiple fronts, especially when it's new to a community, is expensive. How do you accommodate that when we're trying to get down to 50% to 80% of AMI, right? So this council's got some really, really fabulous, impactful work ahead.
No doubt. I'm excited. Well, thank you for sharing the results of this evening, and for all the residents who were able to complete the survey, we appreciate your feedback. We'll move on to general public comment next. This is an opportunity for the public to comment on matters other than items already listed on this evening's agenda. As mentioned earlier, the public may comment both in person or via phone. If you're joining via phone and want to be placed in the queue for comment, please call 855-695-3744 and press *3 to be placed in the queue. If you're joining in person, please line up behind the podium. Public comments will be limited to the times outlined earlier. Ms. Jewell, you have the floor.
Lexi Jewell in Luckmore. One of the things that I know is coming up is being excused as a council person in public and doing it virtually. I kind of gave a warning of this a year ago, that it was going to become an abusive tool. And I think if you want your council job and you want to take care of your public, it has always been that you be present so that you can be face-to-face, or at least be able to, what do you say, hobnob with your public, so that you can really know what's going on, not to be virtual. Last year, so many things happened on this virtual thing that it was getting depressing, because the TV part of it, you couldn't understand anything, you couldn't read anything that was on the TV. I did it on the internet, you couldn't do it, you couldn't read and couldn't hear half what was going on the internet either. So that was really a poor thing to have happen. But still, yet, I don't think people should be allowed to do things virtually. If you're sick, you're sick, you're excused from being up here or being on the board. If you have something going on, you're excused. If you have a vacation coming up, you're excused from being there for that day. But then to just call in and say, oh, I'm going to do virtually. It's kind of like, or even you tell them ahead of time, I'm going to do virtually. It's like, you took the job and you are getting paid for it. So it may not be what you want to get paid for, but you took the job and you told the public that you were going to be there for them. So going back to doing virtual things, I don't think you should get to do it. That's just my opinion.
Thank you. We also have a caller that would like to comment in general public comment. So are we ready to go with that, Jake? Elizabeth? You have.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. My comments today are about the Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport. I realize that the airport is owned by Jefferson County and that all decisions with regard to the operations and management of the airport are made by Jeffco. However, the operations that originate from RMMA and the associated noise and lead pollution impact more residents in Broomfield and Boulder counties than residents in Jeffco. The majority of flights either depart to the north through Superior, Louisville, and Lafayette, or the training flights doing touch and go racetrack loops use the south runway, so they fly over and near Skystone and Creek to the south, and Arista Interlochen, and also east from Main Street. So a lot of Broomfield communities are impacted. Airport leadership has made a decision not to update RMMA's master plan, which has been updated every 10 years since the airport came into existence. And there is good reason for this. A master plan includes an assessment of aviation demand, a land use plan, and sustainability and conservation initiatives, just to name a few of the very important components. RMMA is working on a simple business plan, and a simple business plan doesn't do near this amount of detailed assessment. The last master plan was updated in 2011, so 10 years ago, and a lot has changed in the surrounding community since 2011. Airport leadership plans to delay an update to the master plan until 2028, which would be published in 2030. 20 years is way too long to wait for an updated master plan. For one, flight school operations increased 75% between 2010 and 2020. This alone is enough to meet the master plan because these flight training operations, that number more than 100,000 annually, now create a significant amount of noise, and the piston aircraft use leaded avgas, so they drop lead particulate all over our neighborhoods. I'm sure that you're aware that the EPA recently reclassified the Denver area to serious non-attainment for ozone. The entirety of Jefferson, Bloomfield, Denver, Adams, and Arapahoe counties, among others, are included in the 8-hour ozone non-attainment areas. And according to the EPA NEI data, 72% of total lead emissions in Colorado in 2017 was caused by piston aircraft. There are no safe levels of lead for humans. So the 100,000 annual aircraft training flights use piston aircraft that run on leaded fuel. Why would a local government consciously make a decision to allow this amount of operations when we already have substandard air quality? And on top of this, the airport is pushing additional growth. Is it really the best idea to generate economic impact by adding to the already poor air quality in the Front Range? This issue is so important to the local community that the organization Save Our Skies Alliance has created a petition to urge Jeffco to update the master plan before undertaking any more development. In just 2 weeks, they've gathered more than 1,100 signatures in support of a master plan update, and at least 150 of the signers are residents of Bloomfield County. So this is clearly an important issue.
Your time has expired.
I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you for calling in. And that is all for the public comments. Community and event updates are next. Does any member of council have an update this evening? Councilmember Jezierski,
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'd like to just Remind everyone I give you guys some postcards today, and it's a reminder that the Broomfield Community Foundation will be hosting an outdoor movie night next Friday, August 6th. This is going to be a free event, and it's going to be located at the food court of our Flatirons Mall. And they'll be showing The Great Showman as a movie. So a very family-friendly event. The Youth Advisory Committee for the foundation will be selling popcorn, snacks, and other refreshments. So I encourage everyone to go, hoping for a beautiful night under the stars here in Broomfield. And if you need any more information, you can check out their website, which is www.broomfieldgives.org.
Thank you very much. Sounds fun. Any other council member, event updates, Councilmember Shah?
Thank you, Mayor. So recently, the Boulder Ensemble Theater Company has rebranded themselves to the Butterfly Effect Theater of Colorado. Still Betsy as it was before. That's their acronym, of course, not a woman named Betsy. But they are coming up with this creative way to present theater, especially in the pandemic age. And so they have a new program called Theater Truck, in which one side drops down and they have a stage and they can present a theater show outside. So they are going to be bringing this theater show to Broomfield. It will be at the Depot Museum. But the first show that they're going to be is JQA, or John Quincy Adams. And it's by the award-winning playwright Aaron Posner. It imagines conversations between Adams and extraordinary Americans like George Washington, Frederick Douglass, Abigail Adams. And this is going to be presented at the Depot Museum on Saturday, this Saturday, July 31st at 4 p.m. again at the Depot Museum. And it is free, no registration is required to show up. You can bring a picnic blanket, chairs, food, whatever you want. So enjoy.
Thank you. Any other council member event update? Well, before we move to the consent agenda, I want to thank the Broomfield Rotary Club for inviting me to their annual police and fire golf tournament. Although I wasn't able to golf, I was happy to kick it off. Supporting our wonderful Broomfield Police Department and fire has always been close to my heart. And speaking of golf, Broomfield Days is right around the corner, and as staff begins to prepare, one of the top priorities in Broomfield is our seniors, and the annual Senior Resource Board Golf Tournament is right around the corner. Kicking off Broomfield Days on Friday, September 17th at Eagle Trace. More information can be found on our website. Council's consideration of the consent agenda is next. Following the clerk's reading of consent agenda items 7A through 7E, we will ask for public comments. I have a question on the CC4CA item that we're going to, well, how do we do that now that we've already moved past that part of the meeting?
Councilmember Anderson
Okay.
is going to request that we remove that from consent and move it to the first business item. Nancy Rogers and Tammy have been working.
Like, where do I say that? I'm not really sure.
Since we're on the consent right now,
Uh-huh.
Councilmember Anderson can request that item to be pulled.
At comments?
Right now would be good.
Right now, good. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I would like to request that consent item 7B be pulled and discussed as first item of business. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So will the clerk please read agenda items 7A, 7C, 7D, 7E by title?
Approval of minutes from regular meeting of July 13th, 2021. Resolution number 2021-129 approving intergovernmental agreements between the city and county of Broomfield and Adams 12 5-star, Boulder Valley, Brighton, Jefferson County R-1, St. Vrain Valley, and Weld RE-8 school districts and the Ames College District. Resolution number 2021-133 authorizing Amendment 1 to the consulting agreement with Burns and McDonnell Engineering Company, Inc. for the Interlochen Lift Station Site Application and Rehabilitation Project for Utility Design. 7E, approval of minutes for regular meeting of March 16th, 2021.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with public comments. Does any member of the public have any comments on these agenda items? I don't see anyone in person or online. Does any member of council have any comments on these agenda items? Seeing none. Before asking for a motion, I want to remind everyone that item 7C is an intergovernmental agreement and requires 2/3 approval of council. Is there a motion that the recommendations contained in the staff reports for agenda items 7A, 7C, 7D, and 7E be approved? Councilmember Henkel?
So moved.
Is there a second? Councilmember Tessier, second. Will the clerk, no, all in favor? That passes unanimously. Any opposed? I didn't think so. Okay. No roll. There is no business before the Board of Social Services, the Board of Health, or the Broomfield Housing Authority this evening. So before we move into the first item on council business, we will review item 7B. I love the real-time updates. We were doing that. Magic, Erica.
Tammy Yelko, Director of Strategic Initiatives, will walk us through the change and address any questions council member may have. And thank you, Councilmember Anderson and Councilmember Hinkle, for identifying this and providing an opportunity for all of council to understand what the modifications mean.
Yes, appreciate that. I think what happened was when we received the policy changes from CC4CA, it was in a Word document. We converted it to PDF, and the word changes did not convert over in a Google memo. So apologize for that. And we do have a red line to show you the exact changes that the CC4CA policy statement include. If I don't know if Jacob has that yet and can pull that up, but that would be helpful. So each year, the CC4CA, of which we are a member, adopts a policy statement that covers a variety of general policy positions that they pursue in the State House and elsewhere, statewide climate strategies, local climate strategies, energy generation, energy efficiency, transportation, fossil fuels, solid waste, and other general matters. And their policy statements this year are, their starting point were the same as last year, and they made some changes in a red line version of the document. It would be helpful to have that up if that's available. So as a member of CC4CA, all local governments have to approve unanimously policy changes, and CC4CA wanted this approval into them by the 1st of August, and that's why this is on City Council's agenda tonight. I think for the general policy principles, I'll just review these with you. I did send City Council a clean version of this policy statement, which you should have via email, hopefully. So for the general policy principles, one change was to the statement that the CC4CA would support state and federal programs to reduce carbon pollution, including adequate and ongoing funding of those programs. They changed the word carbon to greenhouse gas in that statement. They also revised another statement, and this is the revised statement in the policies, prioritizing policies that put equity at the center of decision-making by addressing systemic environmental and governance inequities based on race and socioeconomic status, and by justly transitioning and growing the clean economy. That was an added statement to the version that was in the packet tonight. In addition, for statewide climate strategies, they revised policy statement number one, which was to reduce carbon emissions. Again, they changed that to reducing statewide greenhouse gas emissions consistent with the greater state of Colorado 2019 codified goals. In policy statement number two, under statewide climate strategies, they added a phrase to this policy phrase, and I'll read the revised phrase: secure accurate, actionable, useful, and regular state greenhouse gas inventories and forecasts for Colorado.
which are made accessible to local governments and incorporate alignment between state and local inventory data to the extent possible. The next substantive change came under local climate strategies. The changes provide for cost-effective and equitable policies, strategies, and practices that enable and accelerate energy efficiency in buildings, was the added phrase. Another revision was accelerate retirement of existing fossil fuel generation facilities and their replacement with cost-effective and reliable clean energy supplies to the means through a means that support utilities, consumers, and they added in the communities where these facilities have been located. The next change was to expand the ability of electric cooperatives and municipal electric utilities to independently purchase local renewable electricity and take other steps to reduce greenhouse gas pollution. Carbon pollution was changed to greenhouse gas pollution throughout the policy statement. The next policy change was support ongoing and sustainable funding for weatherization and renewable energy assistance to low-income households, including in fossil fuel dominated economies, so that all Coloradans have access to comfortable and affordable homes. Again, coal was changed to fossil fuel throughout the policy statements. The next substantive change was ensure effective implementation of Colorado's vehicle emission standards and other legislative, regulatory, and programmatic activities designed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from mobile sources. And we're near the end of these changes. Reduce or eliminate the use of disposable single-use products and promote reuse of materials, including construction and demolition waste. Foster circular economy policies like programs for reuse, recycling, and composting, and reducing the carbon intensiveness of materials and products. This was an added statement, these next three statements. Reduce greenhouse gas emissions from water treatment, wastewater treatment, solid waste, and agricultural activities. Support exploration and deployment when appropriate of natural climate solutions and carbon capture and utilization sequestration. And reduce greenhouse gas emissions and increase resilience associated with water management through water conservation, efficiency, reuse, adaptation, and low impact development strategies. So those were the changes that were made to the policy statements that you have before you. And again, apologize that the red line version did not come through in the packet. If there are questions on those, I can certainly try to ask those. You should have a clean version of the policy statements in your email.
Thank you, Ms. Yellico. We'll now proceed with public comments. Does any member of the public have comments on this agenda item? And I don't see any online. Questions from the City Councilor next. Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor Castrata. I want to point out there was actually Councilmember Lori Anderson who pointed this out. The details. Yeah, we had a hamster that escaped and chewed our water line door refrigerator this week, so we've been kind of flooded. And so, yeah, so looking on the consent agenda and clicking on, this is a policy statement that both Councilmember Anderson and I have looked at over a lot of months' time. And I have really appreciated just going to the ACES group and having their support of this as well. So we see this, you know, from CC4CA and also from ACES, and seeing that it's aligned. And I think we're getting really good at that, you know, working vertically as far as that is concerned. I really appreciated the fact that we changed it to greenhouse gases to be aligned with our state policy and our local policies. Councilmember Anderson and I worked on, you know, changing it from carbon, because not all greenhouse gases are carbon based. So we also have other gases as well. So I also wanted to point out too that CC4CA has an equity working group. And this one's pretty important to us, and you know, in Broomfield as we work through equity. So equity considerations are now incorporated into the overall policy statement, which provides another layer of support and reinforcement to CCOB's own DEAI goals, especially related to the GHG and zero waste planning and implementation. And so I just really appreciated this sort of vertical working and horizontally working with our ACES group. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Groom?
Certainly, thanks. So, Angelico, for someone that's not intimately involved in all the details with the terminology and the policy statements that you just read off, can you just summarize, is majority of the things more terminology related, or is there a significance of changes in those goals from their previous year statements to these statements? So, for example, just talking about carbon versus greenhouse gas, is that more terminology related, or is there a significant impact to the goals we would be signing up for, and even some of the other terminology changes? I mean, we heard a lot of word changes. Is that kind of what that is, or is that something we should really take a step back and have a broader conversation of what this means to us? Because I know we did get the email and you read this, but it's really difficult to comprehend what impact that is for the city by just reading the words.
Right, right. So some of this is definitely just current nomenclature for some of these terms. I think, you know, they have expanded it in terms of reducing greenhouse gas emissions into water treatment, wastewater treatment, solid waste and agricultural activities for the first time. So they're pursuing policies that might look to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in those areas. So that is an expansion of the policy that they're going to pursue in terms of water issues. And they do that 2 times a year in 2 of the substantive changes.
Those kind of things are highly regulated by the state themselves. Would we have a conflict of policy of which ones we would be implementing? You know, our wastewater treatment plant, for instance, we don't do very much outside the realm of regulation.
I understand the question, yeah, and these are general policy statements. The CC4C is an organization that's not going to try to pursue to enact in laws. So it does not require anyone to, you know, it's not contradicted to current laws, which always apply and we always follow at the City and County of Broomfield. But it is merely, this is more of a lobbying organization. It's an organization that pursues these substantive changes in existing state law. So all this says is we support these policies in your legislative efforts. It's not in conflict with current law. It's an effort to expand current law in these areas.
So we're saying when the technology is feasible, we would definitely implement it and to achieve these goals.
Correct.
All right.
Yeah, that's an adequate summary.
Thank you very much.
And I did want to mention that ACES formally voted on this and fully supports these recommendations.
Perfect. Thank you for that input.
Thank you. That's all. Anyone else? Councilman, no? Well, I don't know about y'all, but I haven't seen the mountains for this entire week because of our serious ozone non-attainment status, and it's just getting worse. So I'm glad that we have organizations like this because clearly we haven't done a good enough job of regulating. Next is council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2021-130. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2021-130 by title?
Resolution number 2021-130, ratifying CC4CA policy statement.
Is there a motion? Councilmember Henkel.
I'm going to move that resolution number 2021-130 be adopted.
Is there a second? Councilmember Anderson. Second. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. We will continue with our business agenda now. Thank you for your patience. Our first item under council business this evening is the public hearing and council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2021-127 and the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority's consideration of proposed resolution number 2021-128-UR, approving a plan for next core senior living. These two resolutions are outlined in the combined memo for item 11A and item 15A. For the convenience of time, we'll review these two resolutions concurrently. Therefore, I call the meeting of the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority to order. Will the clerk please call the roll for the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority?
Anderson,
Here.
Cohen, Groom,
Here.
Hinkle, here, Zersky,
Here.
Law Evans, Lamb, here, Lindsted,
Here.
Mitchell, Nelson,
A quorum is present. Now that the Broomfield Urban Renewal.
Wait, we're-
yes, two. Still have two
I'm
more.
sorry.
Sorry, that's a shout.
Yeah.
Show are we convened? Okay, good. We'll follow the city's standard public hearing procedures. First, staff will present a summary of proposal. Next, we'll have the applicant's presentation. Then we'll have public comments and finally comments from the applicant and questions from city council and borough members. Should be saying. Council and borough members have a copy of the agenda memorandum, and I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening to the, our new borough member. Our other board member, Laura Mitchell, had communicated with staff earlier today that given that there were no impacts to the school district, she was not going to be in attendance this evening. We do plan on sending, I know we already have to Mr. Mitchell that what the borough agenda is. You all will be hearing a lot of borough items through the end of the year, given all of the redevelopments and new developments that we have coming on board, particularly as we are looking to amend any of the URAs and ensure that the impact for the special districts and or school districts are addressed on the front end. Our Director of Planning, Anna Bertzetti, will walk us through this item, and the applicants are here for any additional questions. Ms. Bertzetti.
Great, thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor, Council, Borough members, Anna Bertzetti, Planning Director. If we can have the next slide, please. 18th Street Development LLC has submitted this application. It's for a PUD plan text amendment, as well as a combined urban renewal site plan and site development plan. It is for a proposed 115-unit assisted living and memory care facility. The development is proposed on Lot 10 of Highlands Finding Number 1, Replat F. It's about 5 acres in size. It's generally located on the south side of 169th Avenue, and it is generally east of Sheridan. The north side of this site is within is already existing residential within the Highlands development, and there is existing and proposed commercial to the south. Next slide, please. The property is designated as commercial within the Broomfield Comprehensive Plan land use map. The long-range financial plan assumed that this property would develop with commercial uses. Assisted living and memory care facilities are considered to be a commercial land use when we talk about the comprehensive plan and the long-range financial plan. And so therefore, this proposed development is consistent with both of those documents. Next slide, please. The property is owned PUD. As I mentioned, it is located within the Highlands PUD area. The PUD does not currently identify assisted living or memory care facilities as an allowed use. The applicant is requesting approval of the text amendment I mentioned in order to add these uses to be allowed for this lot within the PUD. The amendment, as I mentioned, would only apply to this particular parcel of land. The applicant's proposed assisted living and memory care facility is designed as a single building with 2 wings that are connected with a common core. The southern wing houses 30 memory care units, and then the northern wing contains amenities and communal spaces. I'm sorry, that's within the communal centric core, and then there is the 85 with additional assisted living in the second wing. The 115-unit facility is about 3 stories in height,
So that's about just over 54 feet in height. The memory care wing is designed as a single story, while the center core and the northern wing are all 3 stories in height. The Highlands PUD allows a maximum building height of up to 90 feet, so this is well within the maximum allowed height. The principal access is provided from 169th Avenue and is aligned with Pecos Street to the north. The second access point is on Mariposa Street, which will be extended to the south from 169th. There are parking lots on both the east and west sides of the facility, and the applicant has designed their site with 56% open area, which is more than twice the amount of the minimum amount of open area for this particular site. Next slide, please. The bulk of the proposed amenities are located in the central core of the site. The enclosed memory care courtyard and garden area is located along the southern half of this amenity area. The courtyard is enclosed by an 8-foot fence. This provides enhanced safety and security for the residents that are using an enclosed area. On the north side of the courtyard is a future art sculpture, various outdoor seating areas, and pergola covers. Additionally, there will be greenhouse gardens and raised planter beds. Next slide, please. The building incorporates various materials such as lap siding and stone veneer. The stone veneer is a neutral gray white color, and the lap siding and fiber cement panels are a mixture of gray, white, dark, black, and dark gray. There are black Juliet balconies and black atrium storefront. The roof is a dark gray asphalt material. The northern facade of the development facing the adjacent residences includes a mixture of materials and colors to provide a diverse and interesting street frontage adjacent to the residences. Next slide, please. I think this map might be a little difficult to read at this scale, but the intent is to show that there are no producing or permitted and soon to be in pre-production wells within 2,000 feet of this project. There are some abandoned facilities located within 2,000 feet, and plugged and abandoned locations for oil and gas is just over 2,000 feet from this proposed facility. Next slide, please. The applicant is requesting 3 variances as part of their request. These are detailed in the staff memorandum, but generally it is for parking to create a unique ratio, and these are consistent with other parking variances that have been granted for similar facilities. The second is for an increased fence height. This is for the 8-foot fence or for the memory care facility. The applicant has noted that this increased fence height is actually necessary for them to secure state licensing. And the final is regarding the FAR. The Highlands PUD established a maximum floor area ratio, FAR, for this site of 0.25 or 25%. The applicant is requesting approval of a variance to increase the FAR to 0.46. The applicant has noted that this the Brimfield Senior Living Facility feels a deficit needed, particularly in this area of Brimfield, and uses this as justification. In addition, the applicant has also noted that their proposed development is comparatively less intense than more typical regional commercial uses of a similar FAR. Next slide, please. This project completed a virtual concept review last fall. It was actually open for 54 days. Standard is closer to 30, so this was extended quite a bit to try and engage additional comments. So it was open for 54 days from August to October. A neighborhood meeting was held. Public notices were provided according to requirements, and the Land Use Review Commission held a public hearing earlier in June of this year and voted 7-0, recommending approval of this proposal. As noted, the key issue identified by staff is the variances that were previously summarized. With that, I will conclude staff's presentation, and the applicant is also here this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Burton-Betty. Next is a presentation by the applicant. Just as we encourage staff to keep their presentations brief, I ask you to be concise in your presentation. Will the applicant's representative please identify themselves for the record prior to the beginning of your presentation?
Bill Maggard, 1550 Market Street, Denver. I'm a senior vice president with NextCore Group. And I'm joined tonight by members of my team colleagues, Hunter McLeod and Tyler Lunsgaard, and members of the development team from Oz Architecture and Norris Design. I wanted to give you a little bit of color behind our application, the who and the why. Go to the next slide, please. NextCore is a leading national developer of healthcare real estate. And we founded Experience Senior Living to help our older seniors live their fullest and best life. And to do that, we feel we need to emphasize holistic wellness, mind, body, and spirit. So that's going to be an important part of our operational model. Because we are making a long-term investment in this community and in this project, we realize that we have to appeal not only to the older age cohort of today, the 80-plus-year-olds, but the baby boomers, and I number myself among those, who just aren't going to accept the kinds of senior living communities that the greatest generation did. So we know that we have to be different. We know that we have to be better. And a couple of examples of that will be that we are going to completely deconstruct the culinary experience. We are not going to have that huge dining hall, for example, but multiple venues. Our residents can have food anytime, just about any place, including a beautiful deck that we call the Sky Bar overlooking the Rocky Mountains. We can have food trucks, but now I have a new idea that was presented tonight, a theater truck. I think we should definitely have that. And so I'm really glad to hear about that. Back to the emphasis on health and wellness, and we're making a significant investment in our IT infrastructure because of what we're trying to do to be the preferred provider of senior living services in this greater community. And to do that, the future will be many devices that our residents will have so they can communicate with their families and healthcare providers. So that's a very important part of this project. Quickly, just to emphasize what Anna was saying about the deficit that the city and county has already identified in their planning and policy documents. We commissioned a study by CBRE, really an international consulting firm. And the deficit in the supply is really staggering. Right now, for assisted living, the deficit is greater than 500 beds in this 5-mile radius surrounding this site, and greater than 130 beds for memory care. And that is only increasing. So by 2025, the estimate is greater than 800 beds needed, and greater than 400 in memory care. So there are no senior living, other senior living communities within approximately 5 miles of the site. So this will make a dent. It's just a part of the making of the supply deficit. Bonnie?
Bonnie Nijellik, Norris Design, 1101 Vantage Street. Thank you, Will. We'll try to make this quick. Ms. Burton gave such a great presentation. We'll try not to overlap that too much, but just want to walk through our proposal this evening. If you could go to the next slide. And first of all, of course, thank you all, Mayor Castriota and City Councilor and staff for your time this evening. We're so happy to be here after working with staff for the past year to get to where we are today. Ms. Burton-Zetti did a great job walking through context. I think the key piece is just noting the residential use we have to our north and then the commercial uses we have to the south. Next slide. Our request tonight includes a PUD amendment and a site development plan and urban renewal site plan.
The site is noted as commercial on the city's comprehensive plan. The first item tonight is the PUD amendment. The existing PUD identifies the parcel as regional commercial, but is silent on assisted living and memory care. This PUD amendment requests additional language to allow assisted living and memory care as an allowed use within this one lot of the regional commercial designation. As noted in the staff report, this amendment is consistent with the original land use assumptions has used to develop the long-range financial plan and helps provide a transition between those commercial uses to the south and the residential uses to the north. Next slide. The second item under review tonight is the site development plan and urban renewal site plan, which proposes an assisted living and memory care facility of 115 units. The site was designed to provide access off of 169th at Pecos to the northwest. This lot is generally intended to be used for visitors who are welcomed by an inviting porte cochere. A second access point is located along Mariposa to the east, which provides additional employee parking and service access. The assisted living units and community amenity spaces are located along the north of the community, while the memory care is located on the south to provide a little bit more protection from the surrounding streets. The community includes on-site leasing, cafe bar, fitness center, and several multi-purpose rooms. The site also complies with the required setbacks as identified in the PUD, and more than half of the property, 56% of the site, is open area, which provides additional outdoor dining opportunities, memory care sensory garden, and walking paths. I'm going to have Jamie Mollenkamp just walk through the architecture real quick.
Good evening, Jamie Mollenkamp, 9406 West 104th Court in Westminster. If I could actually ask you to just step back one slide to the site plan, please. I'd like to start there. As Bonnie mentioned, we really took a lot of time in this design to find ways to make the site pretty porous, both for our residents and for the surrounding community. You can see that on the walking paths, there's numerous opportunities along 169th as well as Mariposa for our residents to go out to the broader community or vice versa for the community members to potentially walk with their families in some of the paths as well. We see this site as a strong transitional site between the remainder of the commercial development in the PUD as well as the single family residential to the north. So if we could go then to the next slide, please. We've worked really hard with the architecture here to use a materiality that would be familiar to the commercial development, but also applicable to the scale and use for a residential setting and with the single family homes to the north. You can see that we kind of have a main body of the building where we've taken our stone 2 stories up. We're not trying to create a small band around the bottom. We're really trying to give it a robust feel to the facade. And then we have very familiar residential forms of these white gables coming out to break up the facade as it goes down on the streetscape. So again, we tried to use a rich materiality and colors that we think has a little bit of a mountain timelessness and classicness to it so that the building can hopefully look good years from now. As we discussed earlier, we are looking at a 3-story solution. We explored a number of options, but ultimately a 3-story solution was really strong for us because one of the requirements that NextCore asked us to look at was reducing the walking distances for residents from the farthest units to the elevator and then on the first floor from the elevator to dining. So with a 250-foot maximum walking distance, a 3-story solution really provided the best walkability for residents who will be going 3 times a day to that lower floor to get their meals. Another thing this also did, as mentioned earlier, was capture on that westerly view what we're calling the Sky Lounge. We found that on that 3rd floor, we have pretty good mountain views, and we really look over the King Soopers that's just to our west. So it really provides a scenic panoramic view. And from a design standpoint, we believe that this is something that will encourage families to stay longer with their loved ones and really create that social connection. So with that, I will get back to Bonnie. Thank you.
You could go to the next slide. As Anna mentioned, actually you can go to the next slide too. Perfect. We're requesting 3 variances. The first one is pretty straightforward. We're requesting the 8-foot fence along the memory care courtyard, which is a requirement to obtain the state license for memory care through CDPHE. Next slide, please. The second variance request is for Broomfield. Both Broomfield Code and the Highlands Vista PUD are silent on parking requirements for assisted living and memory care facilities. The most similar use, but still rather different, is hospitals, which require 1 space per bed. We are providing 73 spaces for employees and visitor parking, creating a parking ratio of 0.63 spaces per unit. Our team's experience managing these types of facilities shows that by the time most residents are ready to move into an assisted living facility, usually around the age of 84, they typically are no longer driving. Only about 5% have cars, and 0 memory care residents typically have cars. So this parking will more than meet the operational needs for the small number of residents along with employees and guests. The facility will also have on-site vehicles operated by staff to provide residents with transportation to services and appointments. Next slide. For the PUD, the maximum FAR is 25%, and we are requesting an FAR of 46%. Again, the proposed facility helps fulfill a deficit in the city and county for senior living beds and offers multi-generational living. The land use is also less intense of a commercial use compared to other more regional commercial uses, helping to provide that transition between the north and south uses. We're also providing more than double the open area to help balance this increased FAR. And finally, this increased density helps meet some of the city's goal for future bus rapid transit along State Highway 7. Next slide. And I mentioned we did have a neighborhood meeting. We sent notices to 187 people. 2 people attended. Their questions included questions about the 2 vehicular access points, what the setbacks off 169th were, and what was the anticipated construction timeline. Next slide. To conclude, we worked diligently over the last year with a variety of stakeholders and interests to ensure this community is balancing the needs and goals of the city. The proposed community provides a much needed increase in accessibility and function for seniors. The location is convenient for older adult children who already live in Broomfield, and the assisted living memory care community helps bridge a gap in northern Broomfield to provide a full life cycle of housing. We've reviewed the city standards for the PUD amendment and site development plan, and the proposed facility complies with the review criteria as shown here. Included in this criteria is consistency with the city's planning documents, again, increasing the supply of housing that is accessible and functional, providing a transition between uses, and reducing the deficit in senior living beds. We worked closely with the staff over the last year and appreciate all their help in moving forward to this point where we are today. We're so excited to bring additional housing opportunities for Broomfield residents looking to move into their next stage of life. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Bonnie. We'll now proceed with public comments. Does any member of the public have comments on this agenda item? We'll start with in person. I'm not seeing any, and I don't see any online. So, council and board questions are next. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion. The time to introduce amendments and state positions for or against this item is later. Are there any questions from the council or board? Councilmember Shah.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one question on this project. So with the parking reductions that are proposed for and that would meet a variance, in your past experience, did those facilities that you've had in your past experience or current, did those rely on public transit in order to, to alleviate the need for parking?
You're gonna have to answer that one.
Not in every case. So we're not fortunate enough to have mass transit near every facility. So these ratios that we're proposing do not consider having mass transit nearby.
Okay, that helps. Yeah, I mean, just, with this one, this area is outside the RTD boundaries, and while Easy Ride, the city operates Easy Ride up there, there aren't a whole lot of mass transit options, at least until the bus rapid transit's up there. So thank you for bringing this project forward. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Jazerski.
Thank you. I just wanted the staff to clarify what is the floor area ratio. It's not a term that we've heard very often here over the last 6 years.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. You're right, we don't see it very often, but it is very commonly used in zoning. We're very fortunate that in many instances, the floor area ratio is very generous because we're trying to get higher densities. So a higher floor area ratio means there's more floor area for the size of the property. So you're looking at a higher multi-story building, for example.
Whereas a lower FAR or limiting the floor area ratio, you're probably trying to keep buildings at 1 to 2 stories. So it's how much floor area is there per acre of land or per the area of the lot.
Okay, so it's not the footprint itself, it's the actual floor, I don't know, the floor area, I guess, whatever the term is, but it's because,
Exactly.
because this is a 3-story building, it's a higher, even though the footprint is not very large compared to the whole lot, 3 stories gives you a higher floor area ratio,
Exactly.
and that was anticipated, it sounds like, in the original PUD.
It was not original, included in the original PUD, but it is certainly something that Broomfield is seeking along the bus rapid transit corridor, because we need higher FARs in order to generate the ridership.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other, Councilmember Groom?
Okay, I believe my answer was just answered, so thank you very much for asking that. I didn't want to expose my complete ignorance on what this FAR was. So that was just to summarize, because I believe I got that right. From going from the 25% to the 45%. That's a good thing, because the increase means higher density, which then my next question was, how does that affect, which I thought it was a good thing for our density that we want for this area, which to accommodate our metrics for the bus rapid transit. So it's thumbs up, right, to summarize?
From staff's point of view, yes, this is a thumbs up. We are looking at actually all of the existing PUD plans and the sub-area plans to see if they match what we believe we will need in order to generate the ridership for bus rapid transit along the corridor. And this is a good example where the PUD plan has a lower FAR than we would like to see in order to create enough employment and enough residential in the area to create enough density to support ridership. So yes, in this particular area, this is considered a good thing in terms of generating that density.
Great. And then another question, I'm super surprised that with the neighbors just right across the street in the surrounding area, there wasn't any more comments from those houses regarding the 3-story building. Did those houses, they all got notices, there was postings, I mean, there was a lot of neighborhood outreach. And we didn't get any comments?
In this instance, there were some that attended the neighborhood meeting and shared some concerns, as I think was summarized. But really, as this has gone forward, we haven't seen a lot of engagement in terms of negative comments regarding the project.
Great. So I guess for me, those were the things that I was concerned about when I first read it. I really appreciate you guys' design and pulling in the artwork and all the multiple spaces and small sitting areas. I think it's a great space, and then the consideration of the local walkable access. So I think in that regard, you guys put a lot of thought into it. I mean, hence this is your business, right? But I was very impressed when I saw the design. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other board member comments, questions? I just have a question about how, what would the timeline be on something like this? Because I know many people, including myself, are looking for places for parents that are aging. And there's not a lot of options here in Broomfield.
We're going to break ground in October, and to complete the construction and license the facility, it's probably 14 to 15 months to get that all done. So can't wait to see you and your loved ones and give you a tour.
Thank you very much. There being no further comments, the public hearing is closed. Next is council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2021-127. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2021-127 by title?
Resolution number 2021-127, a resolution approving the Highlands filing number 1 replat F, lot 10, planned unit development, plan amendment and site development plan urban renewal site plan.
Is there a motion by a council member? Councilmember Henkel?
Yeah, I move that resolution number 2021-127 be adopted.
Is there a second? Councilmember Groom?
Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor? Discussion, sorry. Is that a discussion here? Sorry, Councilmember Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. So I really appreciate bringing this forward. I think it's such a great use. The design is really lovely in this area. I really do appreciate the internal walking paths. I think that is a great amenity to this, especially the sculptural locations that you've incorporated here. I really do look forward to seeing this project completed, and it's going to be a great asset for Broomfield. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Wait 1 second. Next is the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority's consideration. -128-UR. And will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2021-128-UR by title?
Resolution number 2021-128 UR, a resolution approving the Highlands Filing Number 1 Replat F Lot 10 Urban Renewal Site Plan.
Is there a motion by a board member? Board member Henkel?
Yes, I move that 2021-128-UR be adopted.
Is there a second? Board member Groom?
Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously too. Seeing no further business, the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority meeting is adjourned. And congratulations.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Our next, and well, guess what? It's 8 o'clock break time. So we will recess for 10 minutes and resume at 8:11. Thank you.
The Access Live event is in music hold. music hold ended.
Hi again. Our next and final item under council business this evening is the public hearing and council's consideration on second and final reading of proposed ordinance number 2156, amending the Broomfield Code relating to reverse setback from pre-production facilities. At the June 8th meeting, City Council continued the public hearing and second reading for ordinance 2156 to tonight's council meeting to allow additional time for discussion and consideration of ordinance 2156. The additional time was requested to clarify information requested during the meeting on June 8, 2021, as specified in the current memorandum. I'll now reopen the public hearing. We will follow the city's standard public hearing procedures as previously outlined. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Anna Burton-Zetti, Director of Planning, will walk us through this item, and Tammy Elko, Director of Strategic Initiatives, is also with us this evening, as well as Jason Bowling, Director of Public Health, to field additional questions. With that, Ms. Burton-Zetti.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. As was mentioned, the initial study sessions for this project were held back in March and April of this year, as well as the first reading and the opening of the public hearing in May and June. So the background information is more specifics, is fully detailed in staff's memorandum. And this is a continuation specifically of ordinance 2156. Next slide, please. So based on the discussion from the prior study sessions this year, ordinance 2156 was drafted to address the following: a setback of 2,000 feet for pre-production wells, exemptions for previously approved and existing residential uses, and exemptions for property zoned A1A, Adams County Legacy. There were also some amendments approved on first reading on May 25th, 2021, and these related to providing consistent language to change oil and gas location from facility or well, clarifying the regulations are applicable based on location of facilities even outside Broomfield's boundary lines, and removing injection site from code title. Next slide, please. At the June 8th meeting, council requested some additional information that is provided in staff's memorandum and also summarized here on the slide. Council requested additional information regarding whether there could be an alternative checkpoint. City Council, as mentioned in the memo, could consider an amendment to ordinance 2156 to prohibit issuance of building permits for new residential lots rather than the currently drafted new residential lots created within 2,000 feet of pre-production after the effective date of this ordinance. Allowing the lots to be created and then holding building permits, we believe would be more difficult for staff to administer. Once the lots are created, it could potentially be sold to another party. So we need to make sure that there were safeguards in place to ensure that purchasers were fully aware that these lots that were created are not buildable. We believe this could create some opportunities for misunderstanding for purchasers. and would require staff to manually verify the status of the lots for the permit that are submitted. In discussions with developers, they have indicated to us that this remains concerning to them since it still results in an unknown timing for when the building permits rather than the lots could be created. The second was council asked for additional information on the potential development and redevelopment plans for the 5 lots at the northeast corner of 160th and Huron. McWhinney was invited to participate in this evening's meeting during public comment. I believe they will be calling in remotely or via the Zoom. Letters were also received from McWhinney and the Home Builders Association, and these were included in the correspondence folder. The next item was that council requested confirmation that individual development projects could be granted variances. And staff can confirm that variances can be granted through the planned unit development process. And a developer would just need to apply for that through the PUD plan process that would need to be considered by city council. And finally, council requested additional information regarding whether Brookfield has control over the length of time an operator pauses between spudding and drilling. In regard to extraction wells, the operator agreement with extraction does not give Brookfield the ability to mandate a specific time frame between spudding and drilling. But as far as the overall time frame, the operator agreement requires the drilling of all wells to commence by December 31st of 2022. In regard to other operators, Brookfield's new oil and gas regulations have a 2-year limit on any approved special use, and council has the ability to consider the submitted schedule when reviewing and ultimately deciding on whether to issue the special use. And there's additional detail, as I mentioned, in staff's memorandum. Now I'd like to introduce Ms. Megan Weisner to review some of the health information that was also requested at the previous meeting.
Thank you, Anna, and good evening, Mayor and Council. Next slide, please. Oh, one more slide. Thank you. Great. So I wanted to just give you a little bit of health information that was requested by Council. And what you're looking at here, this is a map, and there's no streets on it. We wanted to be very careful that you couldn't personally identify any household or any individual that may have submitted a health concern. But what you can see here in the image to your left is the location of the Livingston pad, and each ring represents 1,000 feet. The highlighted concerns there in the teal color are the health concerns that were from households within 2,000 feet of the Livingston oil and gas pad. Pre-production at Livingston is classified as the dates between November 4th, 2019, which is the date data collection began for our health concerns, and June 3rd, 2020. And the reason for June 3rd is June 4th was the day that some wells went into production. 48 health concern forms were submitted by 10 unique individuals, all over the age of 55. And 9 of those individuals were over the age of 65 that reside within 2,000 feet of the Livingston pad during the data collection period for pre-production. The top symptoms reported were eye irritation, headaches, difficulty sleeping, anxiety or stress, and throat irritation. So I just wanted to clarify one more time that all of these complaints or health concerns that came in were from individuals age 55 and up. I know that there was a special interest in asking about the health concerns that came from the senior population, and no health concerns came in from any younger ages than 55 within this 2,000 feet location for pre-production. And I'll hand it back to Anna.
Thank you very much. Next slide, please. Try to remember to get the next slides. So ordinance 2156 has, as I mentioned, some exemptions, and these are the same as presented in June. There's been no changes. Next slide, please. And this is a part of many steps that we are taking based on the discussions earlier this spring regarding river setbacks. An additional study session is planned on August 17th to continue discussions regarding other river setbacks, and additional ordinances would be based on that additional study session in August. In the staff memorandum, there is an amendment that was presented to address oil and gas setbacks from plugged and abandoned wells. And the city attorney is prepared to facilitate additional discussion. And as always, we are here and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed with public comment. Does any member of the public have comments on this agenda item? We'll start with in-person public comment. If there's anyone who would like to be heard, please come to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes. I'm not seeing anyone online either, so questions from City Council are next. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion. The time to introduce amendments and state positions for or against this item was last week. Are there any questions?
Point of order, Mayor. We just saw on our Zoom link right here that Kyle Harris did raise his hand.
Oh, how did you get that? My apologies, Mr. Harris. Oh, please forgive me. This hybrid world is new. Hi, you have the floor.
Oh, thank you so much, Mayor Castriota and members of council. I do appreciate the opportunity to comment on this item. Really, our intent this evening is to urge caution before making decisions in favor of reverse setback expansions, because we think that could create unintended consequence that could, in fact, limit much needed housing stock. As you know, or may know, McWinney is working with a continuing care retirement community, CCRC for short, and we're looking at a pretty significant project that at full build out would have 1,800 senior housing units that would be a combination of assisted, independent, and memory care. And as this was eloquently stated by the prior applicant, there's certainly a need for that type of housing within Broomfield. So this would in part put a pretty big dent into that need. But what's even more important, we believe, is that the manager of that independent housing project would, in conformance with a recently approved baseline managed growth and development agreement, preserve 12.6% of those units to be affordable housing. So if you consider 1,800 units times 12.6%, that means we'd have approximately 227 affordable housing units for senior housing, which I think everyone's well aware that was identified by the Broomfield Housing Needs Assessment as being a particular at-risk portion of the population. As part of the baseline master planning process, we identified a preferred location involving both land that McWinney currently owns and non-McWinney owned land, specifically for this project. While we understand that our vested property rights granted to the baseline community would prevent application of these proposed setbacks to the McWinney owned land, it is our understanding that these setbacks would not apply to the non-owned land. And so those non-owned portions would be encumbered by the pre-production setbacks. The uncertainty that's caused by the potential setbacks has caused delay, quite frankly, in our discussions with both the CCRC and the owners of the non-McWinney owned properties. Additionally, we're also hearing that concerns related to setbacks are causing the CCRC to reconsider a modified site plan and location. This modification, while it may still be possible to figure this out, would require reconfiguring the site in ways that would potentially cause us, well, it would definitely cause us to have to change our overall master plan, but it could impact the agricultural area that we are looking to do right in adjacent to I-25. One other point I wanted to make too, we understand there have been some discussions about using the variance procedure to enable projects that wouldn't otherwise comply with the proposed reverse setbacks to move forward. And hey, we appreciate creative thinking, sort of out of the box thinking and ways to solve this. The problem is the variance process really does not offer a lot of assistance to us because of timing. The reality is that both McWinney and the CCRC are going to be spending upwards of $500,000 in the planning process and the design process. By the way, that doesn't even include the acquisition, the potential acquisition of the non-owned properties. So these are significant dollars which would be put, quite frankly, at risk. And those risks are just too great to invest those sums of money before we even have the opportunity to secure the variance. And as we all know, that securing the variance is not guaranteed. So last thing I'll mention, we are proud of what's going on at Baseline. We're proud of the collaboration we've had with Broomfield, and we really would like to bring this project to Broomfield. But I think we do need to acknowledge that there is uncertainty caused by the pre-production or the possibility of both pre-production and permanent reverse setbacks. And those are causing some unintended consequences. But at the end of the day, we appreciate council's thoughtful consideration of this matter and really appreciate your giving us an opportunity to comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. You're going to stay on the line here for this?
I will.
Thank you. Next is council member questions. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion. The time to introduce amendments and state positions for or against this item is later. Are there any questions? Councilmember Lim.
Yes, could staff please display the extraction schedule for oil and gas development that we had received last week?
Sure, Anna Britton, City Planning Director. Jake, if you could bring back the presentation for staff, it's the very last slide. So in the presentation, I did add some of the maps that have been in the prior presentations, and then this additional timeline that was requested to be included, just in case it came up in discussion.
And Ms. Burton-Zetti, can you point to when the United Pad, according to that schedule, is set to go into production? Maybe Ms. Yellico needs to do this too, I don't know.
I can answer it generally, but the United Pad, it's a little hard to rate at the scale, but it's the middle line, and generally it has the fracking and the mill out ending in early 2022. And then I invite Tammy if she wanted to address whether that automatically means it would move into production or whether there could potentially be a lead time.
Yes, if that's the question, whether or not they would automatically move into production, typically they do, but it is a monetary type consideration. We have seen in the past, and I verified this with COGCC, where they can get to the end of the fracking stage, but may not put the wells immediately into production because, like, for example, if oil prices are down, they have to pay for storage. And so it's a monetary consideration as to whether they put the wells online and begin production immediately after that. Ms. Yellico, have we ever been told that it would be dangerous for an oil and gas company to frack and have that high pressure from after that fracking and not go right into flow back in production?
Yeah, those statements have been made by operators, definitely.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess this is for planning. If a project were to come forward from a real estate developer, how long does it take for that project to go through from submission to planning through concept review, technical review, land, LURC, OSTAC, blah, 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 all of our processes until the city would ever get to the point of where it would come before council for approval?
Councilmember Lim, that's a great question. And our development review process for most projects probably ranges between 9 to 15 months, depending on the complexity of the project, to get from the date that they submit a concept review to the date that they have council approval. And then there's sometimes some additional time worked in there for construction plan review. Developers have the option to overlap construction plan review with part of the end of that process. At our discretion and theirs, there's some risk involved in their part to start early. But I'd say a good rule of thumb would be a year's process between when you first submit a concept and when you're eligible for that grading permit. And then, of course, there's still construction before occupancy.
And has anything been submitted from McWinney for this senior facility, just to clarify?
No, there is no active application for the northeast corner of 160th and Huron.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Thank you. Any other council member questions? Councilmember Lindstad.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just have two quick questions here. So this ordinance is going to impact one possible development at this time.
That's a good question. So we have, McWinney is not the only party that we have heard from that is interested in these parcels. Other potential users, I believe 3 out of the 4 were also residential and are no longer pursuing the site, is our understanding. So it does impact others that might be pursuing this.
But we're talking about one site.
These particular 5 sites, I think in the memorandum, we provided some examples of the other areas that might be impacted with the pre-production, but you're right, it is significantly limited.
So it's a countywide ordinance for one site that couldn't go through the development review timeline before this drilling timeline.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other council member questions? Sorry, Councilmember Groom.
Certainly, thank you. I did have some questions regarding the health report. With the 48 reports and the 10 individuals, how do we compare that in regards to, do we know the total population of that 2,000-foot circle that we just looked at? So was there 50 people living in there and 10 people reported, or is there 1,000 in that circle?
Thank you, Councilmember Groom. Within that 2,000-foot radius, I confirmed this with our GIS department, there's approximately 300 residential parcels. I can't say whether all of those residential parcels are developed yet or not. When you look at satellite imagery, it does not look like they've all been developed. To the north of the Livingston pad, there's about 200 residential parcels that are within that 2,000 feet, and those look like they've all pretty much been developed. I don't know the exact population of all those within that 2,000 feet, but I think that the parcel number, I hope that gives you a little bit of an idea.
Okay, thank you. And then what was my next question? Oh, I guess my next is a comment in regards to the variance process. For me, this is either a health issue or it is not. So having the variance process to support it really doesn't say much to me. So if we're going to have it, then we shouldn't have a variance process that supports it. So I'm not necessarily for the 2,000-foot setback, and I'm definitely not for looking at the variance process to excuse partial by partial. So it's either not in support of it, and you do not allow the variance, because it's either not safe or it's safe. So having one parcel of a 2,000-foot variance, have variance and another partial not, just doesn't sound equitable to the reason of why we would have this setback in the first place. So I really don't see the variance being part of the answer or the solution to later allowing a housing department or housing development to come in. So that's at least where my thought process is going for right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, Councilmember Anderson, we have a public comment that came on late. Are you okay if I go to that next? Thank you. Let's go to Morgan Cullen from the Home Builders Association next.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, turn down the volume if you're listening online, because we can hear ourselves. It's delayed. Are you there, Morgan?
I am, yeah. Can you hear me?
have the floor. Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I appreciate you guys hearing me out this evening. Just wanted to call in regard to the consideration of the pre-production reverse setback requirement that you guys are currently considering. And I'm going to keep it kind of, fairly high level because I understand council is considering permanent setbacks also for the production phase and for the plugged and abandoned wells as well. All of these comments that I'm making this evening are consistent with the letter that I believe I heard is in your packet, and it's on behalf of the Home Builders Association of Metro Denver. Right now, we represent a number of builders within the municipality that are currently active and have 185 registered permanent applications that have just been approved for the first 5 months of this year. Just based on the information that we have received during Broomfield's June 8th City Council meeting, we understand that the city is considering these reverse setback requirements for residential development. And the collective feedback that we've received from all of our active builders and developers within Broomfield is that the imposition of these expanded reverse setback requirements are going to severely restrict the ability of the home building industry to continue to offer the housing necessary to meet the needs of future residents that are hoping to call Broomfield home. Increasing the Broomfield setback ordinance will also make new housing units even more expensive than they already are, and further exacerbate the city's housing and affordability challenges and pricing more middle income residents out of the market. The National Association of Home Builders' latest priced out estimates for January of this year indicate that $1,000 in increased costs for a medium priced home will further price out 2,300 Coloradans out of the market. Implementing these reverse setback requirements at any phase of development will also constrain future economic development growth in Broomfield and have long-term consequences for the quality of life for both existing and future residents. These include a decline in available housing units, an increase in home prices due to the detriment of aspiring residents who will be priced out of the market, limitations or inability to finance infrastructure in new and existing developments, long-term declines in commercial and retail development due to reduced population growth, and millions in lost tax revenue due to tap fees, building permits, and sales tax revenue, and reduced development that aren't going to occur due to these setback requirements. In lieu of the hard setback requirements, the HBA of Metro Denver would support additional robust disclosure requirements for new and existing homes in Broomfield that fall within setback guidelines. And these could be part of sales contracts between builders and home buyers and could be contained within the county records so that they would show up on any title commitments. So in conclusion, we strongly encourage the Broomfield City Council to consider the implications, both near and long term, for the proposed changes to the city's reverse setback requirements and their impact on the future of attainable housing. And we hope that we will be able to have further conversations as you guys start to consider both the production and the plugged and abandoned phases as well. So thank you again for your time, and we look forward to our future collaboration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collin. We'll now go back to council member questions with Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, and I will try really hard to keep these actual questions and get to the feedback later. So I want to make sure that we remember that the focus of this conversation should be on the reverse setbacks for pre-production in general, and this was not intended to be about one specific property. And I have a question for Ms. Yellico. Would this, understanding that there is a spacing unit in northern Broomfield of a couple square miles that may or may not be drilled within Broomfield, would this ordinance apply to future large-scale development proposed near our border? Is this only about this one specific property, or could this apply to wells that were proposed on our border during the pre-production phase?
That may be better for Nancy, but I don't believe we have jurisdiction over, well pads that are being developed outside of Broomfield.
Oh, Orion.
All right, I'll take that one. So the way the ordinance was written was that we would measure the setback from well facilities that are located outside of our boundary. And then the setback would apply within Broomfield's jurisdiction. So if there was a well facility under 2,000 feet from our border, it could impact additional properties in northern Broomfield, you're correct.
Okay, thank you. So this is not just about one very specific case on those specific properties. Okay, thank you for that clarification. And then I want to elaborate a little bit more on what Councilmember Lim had been asking about, that these, we did learn while we were going into the rollback phase early on in COVID that wells cannot be held under pressure due to potential well damage and safety issues. And this, this is actually a question starting to go for me. This is for you. Does early production coincide with flowback? Because we were not able to wait on flowback, but as soon as flowback starts, that does coincide with production, correct, with the pipelines?
Not sure I understand that question. Yeah, flowback, we really consider that as a part of the completions phase, or we have in the past, because it is bringing sediment up out of the ground. For example, if there are pipelines on the well pad, the oil, gas, or produced waters do not go into the separator equipment and into the pipelines until flowback has ended, because the sediment can harm the equipment, is my understanding. So does that answer your question?
I'm not sure, because I was under the impression that as flowback started, the first sellable oil and gas also came back up in that ditch. They do not sell that oil and gas. I'm just trying to figure out exactly when the start of production is. It kind of coincides with flowback. I don't think they would ever go through flow. It was very clear that they could not hold flowback for the safety of the residents during COVID. That was very clear. Right. So once flowback starts, could they, I just want to make sure we're clear on this, could they then hold production? That would be the same situation. They wouldn't hold production. That is a health and safety issue, as we were. Could they?
The operator has stated that. I have talked to COGCC, and they have said that other operators in Broomfield have in fact, after hydraulic fracturing and completion, shut in the well and not send product out to the pipeline, because for monetary purposes, they have to pay to store it in times when oil prices are low and there's too much volume. I'm not sure getting at your question, but.
No, I'm just trying to figure out would they really ever not go into production is really what I'm trying to determine here. I just don't see it based upon our previous discussions, but I want to make sure we're.
Oh, you think they would always immediately go from the completion stage to the production stage?
To the damage to the wells.
Right, that is the most typical process, but again, I have talked to COGCC, and there have been instances where larger, operators have not maintained production after completions, just because they can't store the product at the time. So they wait and they shut in the wells.
Okay, so I guess I have one final question on that thread then, because I really want to nail down where this production starts. So and this might be a question for our attorney. So assuming, based upon what's been told before, they definitely go into flowback right away, because it does create damage to the well. If they don't, and they went through the flowback, would that, and they never started production, what phase would they, when they're on the very border between the two, would that now be productive? Because they've been through the completion phases, would that then be, for the purpose of this ordinance, are we then in production, or are we still in flowback because they completed the one phase and haven't start the next?
Yeah, my understanding of the ordinance, and Nancy, correct me if I'm wrong, but the 2,000-foot setback applies during drilling and completions. So to the extent they have stopped completions, but they haven't started production, that's the fine line there that we have to interpret under the ordinance.
That's a good point, Ms. Yellowco, and thanks for the question, Councilmember Anderson. And we would look to our new definitions in the recently passed revised oil and gas regulations to determine where this specific well is at. And it is going to be case specific.
Because the production phase, how it's defined, includes those that are capable of producing at the time. And then if we look at what the completion phase is defined at, it can include flowback as well. So I think we carefully analyze this specific well, what's going on with that well at the time, and then make a determination. And I think there was a question of previous discussion of who gets to make that determination. It's the city's determination of what phase the well is in. So even if there is that overlap, city staff can make the determination of, we're going to decide that this well at this time, for purposes of our definitions and our regulations, is in this phase, if that makes sense. So if we have that gray area, I think staff can make the determination of what is the most appropriate phase to designate on today, July 27th, on tomorrow, July 28th, just monitoring it every day.
Okay, thank you. And that helps to hone in on this area that we're looking at in pre-production, because it really is the drilling and the fracking and the coiling and tubing and the flow back where the noise is the highest and the emissions are the highest, and not so much that production. So I want to make sure being clear that this is just that limited scope. This isn't whether they hold or not after flow back, that could potentially, the development could go forward. And that would be that determination. Okay. And then one last question, and this is also based on, we just went through the rulemaking with the COGCC, the new mission that was put in place in 2019 to protect health and safety. They determined a 2,000-foot setback was reasonable and necessary from homes to any new oil and gas development. And I guess this is a question for Ms. Yelko. Does the COGCC have a jurisdiction over setbacks from the oil and gas to our homes, or is that our responsibility then to pick up that protection of health and safety at that point?
Nancy, you might want to chime in on that one too. I mean, I think the COGCC applies its rules, and they have jurisdiction over their own rules. We will have jurisdiction over these setback rules, and we will be the ultimate determiner under our rules. Is that the question?
Yeah, and I just want to clarify, I guess, for the general public and all of us here, that the COGCC chose 2,000 feet based upon a very long deliberation.
They did.
Based on to protect health and safety. To protect health and safety is reasonable and necessary. That's how they determined it, and that does not apply to. So they can do everything in their power to keep these oil and gas facilities away from our homes, but they can't. Once those oil and gas facilities are there, it is our responsibility to protect health and safety through that phase. So I think it's more of a half statement, half question. Okay, I think that is all I have for this part. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor Castriana. I have two questions here. Just I want some clarification. It just seems like I appreciate definitely McWinney coming forward and Maureen Cullen with the Home Builders Association. I want to make sure that we're just very clear as far as what this pertains to and what it does not pertain to. So are we clear with Home Builders Association that this is not pertaining to those that are under vested rights? And have we communicated that in our memo, just for clarification?
Thank you, Councilmember. The memorandums have summarized the vested rights as well as all of the exemptions that were previously included with this ordinance.
Okay, thank you. I think that may be helpful for our Home Builders Association. Also, perhaps Tammy, you might be able to answer this question. The Gottle/Coslet pad, has there been any activity at the COGCC? Any predictions? I'm of the understanding that it's likely to be already 2,000 feet away from our property, but I don't know what the movement has been as far as, Weld County goes.
So the Coslet East pad is just over our border at the corner of the Erie Parkway and I-25 at the southwest corner. It is outside of Broomfield. If it's approved, it would replace the Goldel pad, which was proposed to be in Broomfield. But the Coslet East pad will drill within a spacing unit in Broomfield. And we have submitted comments on the best management practices that we want to see at the Coslet East pad to the COGCC in an in-person consultation. I do not believe the Form 2A application is moving forward at this time. It likely will, but I think COGCC is still meeting with Crestone with regard to our comments on the proposed pad. So the Form 2A is not processed yet, and there will be a hearing associated with that.
Okay. All right. Thank you for speaking with COGCC on our behalf on that. Thank you. That's it.
Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah, thank you. I just had a quick question because the issue of affordable housing came up in some of the comments. And I confess it always concerns me when we ever deal with any property that's considered environmentally questionable or challenging, that, oh, that could be space for affordable housing. And I know it's a matter of economics, but it bothers me that that's who we sometimes push in that area or that location. But in this particular issue, what is the average home price in the area we're talking about? I believe it's around 900,000 or something in that ballpark.
Councilmember, I'm not sure if anyone has better data than I do at the meeting tonight, but there aren't a lot of production builds within close proximity. The closest are probably within baseline that would be typical. And you're right, I think the sales prices are 600,000 and up.
So that we apply the 60% and 80%, we're talking generally $500,000 above what is attainable or how, or what would be considered attainable or affordable housing.
We use the 60 and 80% as based off of the area median income, not necessarily the average sales prices for the area. And what has been presented this evening was probably a mixture of rental and ownership types, which is typical for the baseline development. And this would be senior. So not sure it's quite apples to apples with what they're building in East Village, but you're right, it is the price of homes has certainly risen in Brookfield.
Thank you.
That's all. Councilmember Shad.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm struggling with this this idea of uncertainty, and that this ordinance would create uncertainty into the potential market, especially the home builder and development market. So, you know, for I believe almost 2 years, we've been talking about reverse setbacks from when it first came up as we started to discuss oil and gas regulations. And so by passing this ordinance, it would seem that we are actually creating certainty. We're creating a framework around reverse setbacks. So I'm curious where this idea of uncertainty is coming from and who really is creating that uncertainty. So at this point, it seems like that Broomfield you know, is establishing certainty. So the unknown of this is actually when these well pads get drilled and the timing of that. So who controls the timing of when these well pads actually do get drilled?
The timing, again, the requirement under the operator agreement with regard to drilling is by December 2022, the end of December. So we have that limitation in the operator agreement. But how they proceed within this time and during that time, it's an operator's decision.
Thank you. That's all I can hear.
Thank you. Any other council member questions? We can go around again. Councilmember Lim.
These are for public health. The complaints that the residents filed during pre-production do we have any resolution or any action that we have taken to resolve those issues? For example, many of the complaints were related to noise. Do we have any resolution at this point in time to affirmatively state that we won't have the same complaints filed about C-scale noise, penetrating foundations in the middle of the night? Can we say for certain that that isn't going to happen again?
Thank you, Councilmember Lim. I think I'm going to direct that question to Ms. Yellico about what we've done.
Yeah, I don't think we can say for certain that we are going to not have noise complaints on both A and C scale when current operations begin, if you're talking about that. We do have noise monitoring in place now that is continuous and records the noise 24/7 and allows us to work towards enforcement of violations. Again, does that answer your question?
Yes, and I guess I would follow up with public health and say, what are the health impacts of hearing pounding C-scale noise continually night after night during pre-production activities?
Yeah, so good evening, Council. I'm Jason Dolman, Public Health Director. As you'll recall, that was part of the information we gathered through our health concern data was we specifically looked at the noise and the health symptoms that were being reported to us, brought that forward to council, and that led to the passage of our noise ordinance. I would say one benefit out of the process we've gone through with gathering this data is we're looking both at what's the literature say, and I would say the literature isn't definitive at this point in time, it's growing. We look at the modeling data from CDPHE that's specific to air, that wasn't specific to noise. From that, we're gathering our health concern data, which is for continuing to paint that picture. And all of that then is being presented to you as a body to say, here's what we know about the information we've gathered.
Okay, thank you.
Any other council member questions? There being no further comments, the public hearing is closed. Next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2156. Will the clerk please read proposed ordinance number 2156 by title?
Ordinance number 2156, amending certain sections of Title 16 of the Broomfield Municipal Code relating to reverse setbacks to residential from pre-production oil and gas facilities. Second reading.
Is there a motion? Is there a motion? Councilmember Lim?
I move that ordinance number 2156 be adopted on second and final reading and order published in full.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Anderson?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Councilmember Lim?
Is this where I introduce my amendment?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So I move to amend section C and E of Broomfield Municipal Code 1628-180 to add, quote, permitted oil and gas location prior to construction, end quote, to C, and permitted, in quotes, to E, to the type of oil and gas locations for which the setbacks in those provisions apply, and related to remove the term, quote, in the phases located in subsections A and B.
Thank you. Is this the amendment?
That is the amendment, Mayor and Councilmember Lim. The first part of the amendment is on that first slide, and then Jake, if you could go to the next slide. That's the change in section E, the addition of the word permitted. So we'll keep it on slide 1, but we can go to that slide 2 as needed.
Okay, is there a second? Councilmember Shah?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Shah?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one quick comment. I really do appreciate Councilmember Lim for bringing forward this amendment. I appreciate her bringing it forward with advance notice so that we can all digest it. It is fairly simple to understand, but being able to see it in advance is much appreciated. So thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Lim?
I should just point out that this closes the loophole so that as soon as the facility is permitted by the COGCC, then or within Broomfield or
at our borders, then that would trigger the 2,000-foot pre-production reverse setback instead of waiting, for actual beginning of pre-production.
Any other discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll? We're voting on the amendment.
Henderson,
Yes.
Cohen. Green,
No.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Zersky,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Lindstedt,
Yes.
Shaft,
Yes.
Tessier.
Yes.
That passes 8-1. Now we return to the main discussion. Is there any other further discussion on the ordinance? Councilmember Lim.
I move to amend section C of Broomfield Municipal Code 1628-180 to add, quote, proposed oil and gas location as defined in F below to the type of oil and gas locations for which the setback in that provision applies.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Shack.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Councilmember Lim.
This just prevents another loophole, so that as soon as Broomfield knows in the new procedures with, post 181, that an oil and gas developer has proposed an oil and gas development by submitting a Form 2 or Form 2A to the COGCC, that this pre-production reverse setback would go into effect so that there would not be any gap. We would want to protect the health and safety of our residents in anticipation of the fact that this oil and gas development is being considered at the COGCC.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the amendment, Mayor Pro Tem?
I do have a question for our staff on, how, I guess the concern I have is when I hear proposed, it just sounds kind of nebulous to me. And so I guess the question is, if we encounter a proposed oil and gas location as it's defined in our statutes, I mean, how likely does that mean that the oil and gas well is actually going to be on the property, and what does the timeline look like? I mean, is there any type of a timeline that would be, is that gonna be a year or 2 years or 3 years, or just kind of, that's what concerns me, that proposed just sounds kind of, it's not as concrete as what we've been talking about with some of the other things. It sounds like it sounds a little bit more of a nebulous requirement.
Yeah, I think, like, they can be now under new regulations that we just promoted to be adopted at the COGCC, we get notice of a proposed pad before they even file any forms at the COGCC. And so they get comments early on, and they haven't even entered the process in terms of filing a Form 2A for location or Form 2s for the well permits. So it can be a lengthy period of time before you start talking, or before you know an operator is considering a pad, and when they actually file forms and they're serious about moving forward. So it can be a longer period of time.
And I guess that's just not a longer period of time, but then also, I mean, is it likely or unlikely that, I mean, is it possible that that's something that's considered proposed that never actually makes it to the next step, or actually makes it to the steps where a well goes into pre-drilling or drilling?
That's absolutely possible. It's up to the operator, really, to ultimately file the Form 2 and Form 2As to secure the location and process the best management practices and the number of wells, et cetera. So they could, even though they begin to give notice and and get feedback on a location, the location can change. An example of that is the Gold Bend Broomfield presumably has now changed to the Positive East Pad in Weld County. And that took place over a period of time. Now, granted, there were new regulations that delayed that processing of that permit, but which is unusual, pretty unusual. But there can be delay and they can withdraw after the proposal location.
Okay, so yeah, I guess based on that, I have a hard time with this proposed amendment. And it's really because, you know, I hate to put a proposed or an actual housing development that wants to go into a location, have that put on pause, just because an oil and gas company proposes, you know, a site that they may or may not go through. So I'd rather, if we're going to pass something like this tonight, that's, you know, it's something more concrete that's actually going to be there that we're protecting the residents from, not just a sort of a nebulous idea that may or may not be located. So I have a tough time with this one, and I'm probably not going to be able to support it.
Councilmember Anderson?
Thank you. I am just, while you were discussing this, Councilman Jazinski, I was looking at F, which is what is referenced here. It's a proposed oil and gas location as defined F below. And it states, proposed oil or gas location includes those wells for which a Form 2 or Form 2A has been submitted to the COGCC and has not expired or been withdrawn or denied by the COGCC. So I think, I'm not sure if you just answered this or not, Ms. Yelko, but under the new rules, there's so from the time they're serious about it, they submit the Form 2 and the 2As. And that has an expiration on it, correct, under the new rules? Like this isn't an undefined period of time, right? Like they wouldn't submit a Form 2 and 2A without being serious about drilling. Right. And there's a period of time.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, it's up to the COGCC how quickly a Form 2 or 2A is processed, but once those are approved, there's also a time limit on those forms. They have to spud by a date certain or they can't proceed under those permits. So yes, to the extent it's tied to approved permits, you know, that's a definite period of time.
Okay, so it's not too terribly uncertain. It could be a year or two or something like that, but not. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hagel?
Councilmember
Hagel.
All right, I'm gonna interrupt. Thank you, Mayor Castriana. This just kind of occurred to me as far as, thank you, Councilmember Jazinski for pointing that out. I had some, you know, hesitancy of that as well. I'm wondering, Ms. Yelko, if there could be a possibility of a proposed location here. I'm going to use my hands here as a teacher. And then housing comes in and then they're not permitted because the housing got there first. Is that a possibility? Nancy, I might need your help on that. I'm trying to conceive that in my mind. Yeah. I mean, the way F is written, I believe it covers if they even put the permit application in. And so, you know, they can withdraw a permit application or they could, or it could take a long time to get a permit application approved. So that's kind of the uncertain time at the COGCC. So anything to add on that, Nancy?
Sure. It is interesting to think that we'll have two separate licensing or approval dockets going on at the same time. And you're right, the development could be approved before the oil and gas permit was granted by the COGCC or vice versa, right? And it could be, it's going to be a situation on a case-by-case basis that council might have to deal with where they have a development that's coming through the application process and really wants to keep it moving quickly because they know they're in a race against time against an operator that's trying to get a permit. That could happen. It's possible. Now, is it probable? In Broomfield's jurisdiction, no, but knowing that this applies to wells that are outside Broomfield's jurisdiction, we could have that situation in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Shack?
Thank you, Mayor. So earlier tonight, we had a development approved that has gone through a long process. At one point, they submitted a formal application. Before that, they had submitted a concept review and had a concept review. So I'm curious with the seriousness of these Form 2 and 2As. At what point, if we were to compare that to our local development process, what would be the seriousness of that operator to submit a Form 2, 2A? Would that be similar to a concept review, or would that be to a formal application?
I think I'd compare that to a formal application. It's before the COGCC. The COGCC has a duty to act on it. So either approval or approval with conditions or disapproval would come out of that process.
Okay, so this is much more serious, that there's an investment of money, there's an investment of time at that point, as opposed to just kind of an idea that's written on the back of a napkin.
That is correct.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. Any more council member comments on the Second Amendment? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Cohen,
Aye.
Green,
No.
Hinkle,
No.
Jezerski,
No.
Lim,
Yes.
Lindstedt,
No.
Schaff,
Yes.
Tessier,
No.
Anderson.
Yes. That fails 5-4. Now we'll go back to the original ordinance as amended, with the first amended. All in favor? Oh, we didn't discuss it. It's not in my script. Is there any further discussion? Who wants to go first? Anderson, Grimm, Anderson first, then Grimm.
Sure, thank you. I just want to make sure that we are, as we're considering this proposed reverse setback, that we think back to how much this community, including our senior residents of Anthem Ranch, and many of us here in this room today, and so many of our residents put into ensuring making a change in law back in 2019 to ensure that the COGCC protected public health and safety. The 2,000-foot setback that they came up with, that was reasonable and determined reasonable and necessary. And here we are thinking that I don't want to forget all of that and think that it would be okay to put any type of residential housing and bring people within 2,000 feet during these phases. And I did read in the ordinance, which I think you were clarifying, Ms. Rogers, was that this is, I kept thinking about when it goes into production, and it doesn't say that at all. It says, no, I can't find the spot in here, but it specifically calls out the construction, drilling, and completion phases. So it's really irrelevant to exactly when it goes into production. It's just when they complete the completion phase is over. So we're just looking at that period of time where our residents were greatly impacted, especially by the noise emissions during drilling and pullback and other times. And I can't imagine not affording our residents this possibility, especially we're looking at that this is we have the Anthem Ranch residents, which is a senior community, and the input from these residents, and we did receive some input from Dr. Spees with she's the president of the Anthem Ranch HOA, Homeowners Association, and they're just reiterating these exact same pieces, that these would be the people that we would want to, as they're progressing and getting to that point where they need this extra care, and yet the feedback from that community after going through this wouldn't want to live that close to something like this. So I just feel like we need to be very cognizant of where we've come through, where we've been, and where we're headed here, and just take these precautions to make sure that we are not building homes too close, residential. And this does not preclude other types of development on these properties, and it also doesn't preclude something from going forward after these wells are past that completion phase. So it isn't that unreasonable, and I appreciate the time we took to discuss this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Groom?
Sure, I'll keep it brief. I just want to say, really, the COGCC study that we're all famously quoting up here about the 2,000-foot setbacks, and that we're now making reverse setbacks decision on, does have a different technology base. I mean, we do have no flaring requirements in Broomfield. They're not allowed to put batteries or basically tanks. We do have pipelines. They are using best management practices. There is a study by CDPHE and COGCC that specifically addresses Livingston Pad in Broomfield and draws risks to health and does not have any significant, and you can quote that study, no significant health risks. And those are based on the technologies of Broomfield's extraction MOUs that we would be utilizing here in Broomfield. So to limit our land and to limit the development based on the other study, I think might be a little short-minded for us. So I am going to be turning down the overall setbacks based on that. But I do think that residents that are coming into Broomfield, especially these homes, just like, and I'm looking at his name, Mr. Cullen from HBA Home Builders Association mentioned that a really robust program of disclaimers and notifications associated with oil and gas is mandatory, and that's something that we do need to look at. Either way we go, there needs to be disclosures. There's a difference from moving into a home after the oil and gas is established versus having a home and then oil and gas moving in, just like what happened to our neighbors up north or our residents up north. So I do intend to turn this down for those reasons. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Lindstedt?
Thank you, Mayor. I've been struggling with this all day, and I think we're kind of lost in the hypotheticals on this one. And I don't really think this is a health and safety vote. No one is living there. There is no proposed development. This city council still has the authority to approve developments in certain areas. I certainly don't. I don't think anyone up here wants anyone living near a well pad that isn't in production yet. I also don't know if, there's a lot of ways to crack a nut, and a sledgehammer might not be the best way all the time. So I'm struggling with this because we have a lot of power up here, and there's no health and safety question yet. And with the vested rights, all we're doing is running an ordinance that's going to pick on two smaller landowners. So I think we're lost in a very rare and unlikely hypothetical situation. And it sounds like it's, basically we're going to send a message. I don't know if it's a message we want to send. So this council has a lot of authority, and I just don't see the need to run an ordinance that has all these holes in it with vested rights and everything else. I don't know. There's a lot of ways to address things. I don't necessarily think it's the most appropriate, but I'd love to hear what my colleagues in the wards, in Ward 5 especially, that would be most impacted by this thing.
Thank you. Councilmember Henkel?
Thank you, Mayor Castriana. Thank you for all the comments so far. I have been on the fence all day as well. And I really want to honor those who have been harmed here in Broomfield. There's just no other way around it. You have to really look them in the eye and say, we up here do not want this close to you. And we've suffered through a lot. And so I just wanted to honor your your time and always reporting. And also, we have a lot of people going to the doctor. I mean, this is not just not serious, right? This is very serious to us here in Broomfield, and we've experienced it, unfortunately. And a lot of us have been elected up here to protect public health and safety. Also on that token, we have also done a lot of education here on the council, talking about pre-production and then production. And I don't think that education is going to end tonight, that's for sure. And I think our home builders, Mr. Coleman and Mr. Harris, I really appreciate you. And I do not want to signal for you to develop and move people to places like Loveland or places near Weld County where the regulations are much worse. So my signal to you is if this passes tonight, again, I'm still on the fence. If this passes tonight, be patient for a few months. We're trying to work through this. And so that's where I'm kind of landing tonight, but I wanted to make sure that the signal that we send is that, yes, we want development here, but we also want to make sure that we're also protecting those you are developing for. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Okay, so I sort of see this in two different issues that we're dealing with. One's kind of a big picture theoretical, and the other one is more practical, what's actually going to happen here in Broomfield. So I guess from my standpoint, the big picture, and Councilmember Groom sort of touched on this a little bit, is there's a difference between coming to the nuisance and the nuisance coming to you. I said this before. Certainly, with the neighborhoods that we've experienced up in Anthem and Wildgrass, and that's when extraction came in, that was a huge issue because the owners that were living there weren't expecting oil and gas in their backyard. And we took a lot of steps over the last few years to try to mitigate that as well as possible. But I do see a difference when, as I mentioned, when there's already an oil and gas well in place, and if someone, for whatever reason, chooses to live, in close proximity to that, I kind of see that that's up to them. Again, as long as they have the proper notices and understanding of what they are getting themselves into, they've been warned, and if they choose to ignore that warning, that's, I guess their freedom to do that. So that's the problem I have with this proposal tonight. I know sort of a large scale theoretical claim. I do get the argument, and sort of the other side of it, and I kind of get it is that, right, we could give them all the notices, in the package that we want, but I get it, that the reality is that most people, including myself, are gonna, if you're buying a house, you're gonna get a packet, an inch thick, and you're gonna sign everything without even reading it. So, are the notices robust, and is it really gonna change things? And I mean, so I guess it comes down to, should we be protecting, those folks? And I'm kind of struggling with that. I guess more practically, I think this is the other part of it, is that, how does this really impact what's going on in Broomfield? The question I do have for staff, and again, this was probably already addressed, but I need to clear in my mind is, if we pass this tonight for the parcels that we're talking about, which is, again, very limited, what's the time period that they will most likely be off limits from development?
Mayor Pro Tem, I think the extraction timeframe that we showed earlier showed that the United Path, which was the closest to the reverse setback impact, we're anticipating that the drilling would be completed early next year, first half of next year. So theoretically, it could move into production second half.
Okay, so if we pass this tonight, maybe about a year pause is what we're looking at. Does that sound accurate? And there would be a pause on any movement going forward with that property, right? Any site plan, not just the building, but any planning whatsoever.
I think that's what the developer has indicated, that there would be a hesitancy to invest the $500,000 or more that it would cost to go through the process. But again, theoretically, a concept review, a site development plan, and even a plat that creates tracks but not lots within the setback area, all could begin going through the process during that time period, if a developer chose to take that risk.
Okay. And I think Councilmember Champagne mentioned this, what is the actual, what's the risk? What's the well is out of this pre-production phase, I guess, and actually in production, there's no more risk, right? At that point, the land is, again, it depends on what we do in the stages 2 and 3 of this discussion, maybe.
That's exactly what I would have said. So we have the study session scheduled for August to look at the production phase reverse.
But assuming, in isolation, just based on this statute tonight that we're looking at, and assuming nothing else ever was passed, there's some certainty there that once that pre-production phase is completed, that the land would be developable again.
Mayor Pro Tem, so if the council enacts the ordinance this evening, but chooses not to proceed with reverse setbacks for other well production, producing wells, or shut-in wells, then yes, that would be the, once it moves into production, there would not be an applicable reverse setback. Our existing ordinance does have notification requirements that would remain.
And then based on our current regular setbacks, and based on what we see in the rest of Broomfield, besides this, this small little parcel, the only area that we're potentially seeing any impact by this statute would be maybe in the far northeast corner. If a well goes into if you said into Erie or somewhere up in Will County.
And Mayor Pro Tem, before I get to that, I just want to clarify one of the things that I had said. There is an existing reverse setback of 200 feet from any well in Broomfield that's in production. So just to clarify that for the record, there is an existing 200 feet. But you're correct. So as of today, the pre-production wells are those operated by Extraction along Northwest Parkway, but potentially there could be additional pre-production wells within our boundaries or within 2,000 feet of our boundaries around the northeast section of Broomfield, more than likely.
Okay. But overall, so it's a very limited area. It's my understanding that would be impacted by this if it's passed tonight.
The immediate impact would be felt on a much smaller area of Broomfield. You're correct.
Okay. Okay, as was mentioned by previous council, I've been struggling with this for quite a while. On a theoretical level, I'm kind of having trouble with it. But what might get me there is that I feel like there isn't really a whole lot of harm if we do pass this. I think it's going to be a small impact to that one area right now, but overall, it's not going to really change things one way or the other, big picture. So maybe erring on the side of caution, I could be convinced to support this tonight. I think I'd have a harder time with powers B and C of this discussion going forward, but I could be convinced to support this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone else? Councilmember Lynn?
The earlier discussion by a council member of trying to negate the CDPHE study that we're citing, I think whether or not we want to say that we have different best management practices now, the point is that we do have different best management practices now, and we are still having these health symptoms. All of these health symptoms that Dr. Weisner pointed to were all during pre-production. They were all suffered by senior individuals living within 2,000 feet of the Livingston pad. If we ignore this, we ignore the suffering of our own residents. In failing to pass this ordinance, if we do fail to pass this ordinance, we are not honoring the suffering of our residents. We are not, if we fail to pass this, we are not honoring the lived experience, what we have learned from the health complaints filed by our residents. We have not learned the possible noise impacts if we fail to pass this resident. We have no guarantee, as the staff confirmed, that we can avoid having those exact same noise impacts. And we are going to get bombarded with those noise impacts once again. And what are we going to tell future residents that live near these paths? That well, it was very nice, we heard our residents suffered, but we didn't care. I'm sorry, that's what it is. If we fail to pass this ordinance. So as Dr. Spees wrote in her letter, even those people on the Comprehensive Oil and Gas Task Force did not recognize the health impacts that were going to be felt by residents within 2,000 feet, even with our best management practices. And Dr. Spees points out that we've learned a lot over 2 years. And I consider her an expert in this matter who did her homework 2 years ago. And as far as putting a simple disclosure in a title and thinking that the average Joe is going to do the kind of investigation that our oil and gas task force did and still didn't foresee all of these health impacts is very naive, I think. I mean, I don't expect a single line in a title to cause somebody to go do a more extensive investigation than our own oil and gas task force did. So I respect Dr. Spees' statement that we've learned a lot in the last 2 years. We've learned a lot. We need to follow what we've learned. We know there are health impacts within 2,000 feet. We know that we should not have any future residents living within 2,000 feet of an oil and gas pad during pre-production. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other Councilmember Anderson?
Thank you. And I think this comes back around as some of us are on the fence here, that we have to continue to understand that this is just for those pre-production phases, which is when the greatest impacts to health and safety are happening. And this is a very limited duration of time. And one thing that we haven't discussed, and I really didn't even want to bring up, was that this health data is not the only piece that we are aware of. There's also safety risks to the residents living near oil and gas operations, including fires and explosions and other types of events, well blowouts. And we went over this when the development was occurring on these sites earlier, that there were evacuation routes just in case something went wrong. There's often like a 1 mile setback when something terrible happens. And these types of events are not rare. Just recently, in Bennett, the Bennett fire, the bomb squad was on standby. They called them in for a reason because they had concerns as they fought that fire. That was, I don't want to name someone to say who it is, but it's somebody we're familiar with. The Stromberger fire and explosion, that's an operator we're familiar with. The Hudson well blowout, that was not that long ago. And these are the types of things that I cannot imagine when my mom gets to this point to say, I'm going to put you in an assisted living home. And while I'm dealing with that, go through in this informed consent process, realizing what I'm actually getting into. I don't want phone calls in the middle of the night saying I can't stand the noise. And I don't want to find out that as this comes forward, that there is the possibility of evacuation of some facilities is harder than others. So this is something that informed consent just simply cannot take care of. And this is not prohibiting development forever. It is a very specific time. And I hope they'll take that seriously and pay attention to the impacts that our own residents went through. I appreciate this. Thank you.
That was the parts of it might really not be immediately affected in this particular instance, but the general principle as a whole for going forward. And I think it came down to, it's really a matter of principle for the community that yes or no, do we think people should live within 2,000 feet of an oil well or industrial operation? I think the answer is generally no. I doubt any realtors have people come to them and said, find me a home under the power lines, find me a home next to the oil well, find me a home next to the polluted river. That doesn't stop people from building homes there, but that's generally not what people want. And I think someone brought up the question of it's on the buyer beware, that we should let people build where they want to build, where they have the property, where they have the economic right to do that, and it's on the owner. But that's not always the case. We do apply rules. We do make decisions for people as to where we want them and not to be. And some risks are more apparent than others. I was thinking back when I was a newspaper reporter, I was covering a community that was next to an airport. A lot of them had been there for 40, 50 years. And when the airport was there, it was there when they moved in, but there were prop jets going off every 2 hours. Now there were 747s, tenfold. And part of you said, well, you knew there was an airport. It was obvious in the face, nose in your face, it's right there. But circumstances have changed. How do we take that into account? It's a hard decision. Was that fair to them? Should they have known that progress would bring this kind of change to their life and impact their home such that they could never sell it because of progress, as we call it? And it's hard, but I think we have a responsibility to, as a community, do what we can to protect our citizens. In some cases, people can protect themselves. In some cases, they can't. Another analogy, you might grow up on a farm. At one point, there was going to be a pig farm next door. Don't want a pig farm upstream from you, if you know that. Our only solution was just to buy the land. We knew we couldn't beat the zoning, we couldn't beat the way, we just had to buy the land. That was one solution, but we have the ability to do that. In this scenario, you don't. And I think it does serve as a community value that we say, we know if you agree that there shouldn't be any homes that close to an industrial operation, then you should support the setback. If you don't think it's a risk, then you probably come on a different decision. I think, as Councilmember Lim pointed out, we know the risks, they've been pointed out, and it's a question of whether we want to face the fire now or face the heat later on when problems develop. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you, Mayor. So realizing that we've passed the question and answer phase of our hearing, but however, we've already had a question posed once to staff. I'm going to ask another one. So at this point, without further extending lawsuit liability, can a development application be denied that is not based on a municipal ordinance or a developer review standard? So again, it could be denied, but without extending further liability with that denial.
I think Councilmember Shaw, thank you for the question. I think talking generally and in hypothetical terms, it should be based on an ordinance or a set standard. If not, there really needs to be some specific and definable extenuating circumstances that would form the basis for that denial. There could be a situation, but 95% of the time, we're looking at set standards, set ordinances.
Okay, thank you for that. That is a concern of mine is moving forward without this ordinance in place and no reverse setback, is that when we do get to that application process and we do have a concern, we don't have anything to back up that assertion. There is no ordinance, and it is too late at that point to even have an ordinance. So I do have a concern there. And I think just as, we aren't considering a whole county ordinance around one lot, we are also not considering a whole county ordinance based on one operator. So this ordinance also applies to operations outside of the county as well as other operators. And I think we have to consider this holistically. When the operator was approved, the assumption was this was best in class, and that we have to, and that that was the assumption when the operator agreement was approved. But what we've seen since then is that we do have concerns and that we do have health impacts. You know, what I'm concerned about is what happens when we're dealing with an operation outside of Broomfield that doesn't have to adhere to our regulations and doesn't have to adhere to any of the best practices that we have in place. And what happens, and God willing, when there's an issue. So, you know, and you know, to back this up, you know, I sit on the Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport Noise Roundtable, and we have with Mayor Pro Tem Jezierski. And every month we have residents coming to us with issues, with concerns that are concerning noise, as well as impacts that are generated from the airport. And in response to these comments, and we have one here tonight, public comments here tonight. You know, I've heard responses from elected officials that, you know, we warned you, you have the documents in place in your title work, that there were risks and that there were impacts that you could potentially see, and yet you chose to live there. And just as we heard from the resident tonight that called in, and we've heard from residents time and time again, that doesn't sit well with the public. And I think to not pass this ordinance, we put ourselves in that same position. So I strongly encourage my colleagues to pass this ordinance tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm probably not going to be voting on this, but I see, you know, it's definitely competing priorities. And I understand the struggle and the conflict, but in just a little over a month, extraction will return to the Northwest A&B pads. And I'm sure they're going to bring all the rigs they can, because they can. And so I think this conversation will be really different in September when we come back to discuss the other setbacks, because it's been quiet, it's been dormant. They were going through their reorg, and now they're coming back. And there's nothing we can do to stop the noise 24/7. There's nothing we can do to help people that are having respiratory distress. There's absolutely nothing we can do. And that's still fresh in my mind. So that's what I'm bracing for. Anyone else? All right, then now we are going to go back to the ordinance 2156 as amended. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes 8-1. Thank you.
Can we call, point of order, Mayor, can we call roll, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Please call the roll.
Groom,
No.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jezierski.
Yes.
Lamb,
Yes.
Lindsted,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Chessier,
Yeah.
Anderson,
Yes.
Cohen.
Yes.
Thank you. That does pass 8-1. Thank you all very much. The city and county attorney's report is next. Ms. Rogers, do you have a report?
No report, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. The city and county manager's report is next. Ms. Hoffman, do you have a report?
Very briefly, and actually, rather than myself doing it, our newest commander to Broomfield PD is Kent Witchlatch, and he is going to, staff and PD have been working to create police department outreach, engagement, awareness through the lens of DEAI, as well as just generally what it looks like for our police officers to be deeply engaged in the community as they are already, but at a more meaningful level. So Kent is Commander Witchlatch. All of the other police officers here, we always try to stick to the hierarchy. Is going to walk us through this project, how it's shaping up, what it looks like, and next steps. So real briefly, Commander.
Yes, very briefly. Thank you, Ms. Hoffman and Mayor and council members. Next slide, and we'll talk quickly. She did an excellent job summarizing what this is. It's an outreach program, and we're in the early stages of this. We we want to slow down just a little bit and actually reach out to the community and ask them, how do you want to engage your police department? How do you want to work with us? What are we doing well? What can we do better? And so we're going to reach out to listening sessions. So right now, like Ms. Hoffman said, it's a cross collaboration with departments in the city. Communications put this together for me. They're much fancier than I am. And so some quick goals of that, like Ms. Hoffman said, we really want to get the typically underengaged members of our community. So the unhoused, the LGBTQ community, all those people that don't necessarily want to reach out to the police department. And we want to create that relationship with them and build stronger relationships with them. So our first step is going to be listening sessions. These are briefly our goals. Again, I don't want to take a lot of your time, and we're in the early stages. We're just starting some listening sessions. So next slide, and I'll go over kind of our brief timeline. So this year, we really want to do the listening sessions. So right now, we're working together, coming up with key messaging. What is that? How are we going to brand this? How are we going to reach out to the community? Identifying our stakeholders, who those partners are going to be to help us to connect with those communities that don't typically interact with the police department or call us. So that's what we're going to focus on this entire year. We wanted to make you guys aware of this, that it is happening, it is going forward, but we're in the early stages. We see this as a long-term project. I don't want to say program yet because we really want the feedback from the community to determine what our program looks like. Maybe it's 3 programs depending on what feedback we kind of get. Maybe it enhances our Citizens Academy. We focus more on our Neighborhood Watch program, depending on that feedback that comes out of them. Maybe it's a liaison program where we actually have a specific officer assigned to the unhoused, the LGBTQ community, whatever it may be. So 2021, we're listening. We want to gather feedback. We're working on identifying police employees who are great at just listening, because a lot of times people call us, they want an answer, we go out there, we give them an answer, we solve their problem, and we want to listen. So lay it on us. Tell us what you want, what problems you have with us, what concerns you have. What are we doing great? What do you want us to keep doing? Then 2022, we'll gather that data, we'll report back to you guys, give you the information that we found out, and start building our strategy for what those next programs look like. So next slide. That is quick, brief overview. And I wish I had more to give you, but we don't know yet. We're just getting in that stage of reaching out to the community and getting information and feedback from them about their experiences with the police, us specifically, and then across country, depending on where they came from. So any questions I can try and answer for you?
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you, Commander.
We're super excited about it.
Comments on this? Anybody? Roxy?
I see them all the time.
You just tell them what you think. Well, any council members of the.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just really super excited about this. And I know that there's been some conversations happening with some of the nonprofits in the community, and very grateful for the opportunity to peel back the layers and to create the transparency and just to get to know one another on a human level versus a binary level, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. Yeah. And thank you for that. We're excited as well. So it's always a good opportunity when we get to talk to the community versus when we initiate that contact with our lights and sirens. So
absolutely. Looking forward to it.
Thanks.
Councilmember Groom.
Certainly, and we always appreciate those brief presentations. And I know I'm gonna get this wrong, but Commander, which last? A question for you, and just to give you feedback, what I get from the community is they respect and honor our police force, but it's programs like this that you guys are always seeking to improve really makes that connection. Nonetheless, there are some members that I think you guys can reach out to, like you've already identified. Will you be going into some certain areas that probably could have a better relationship with our police force? and target those to start off with?
Yes, absolutely. Right now, we are in the stages of identifying what those groups might be, the stakeholders. We're working closely with the DEAI group and establishing those connections with them first, and then reaching out to those communities to see how they want to do the listening sessions. So do you want to come to a location that we can provide here at the city? Do you want us to come to your environment where you guys feel comfortable?
Sure, and do kind of more of a community meet and greet.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. And then, not to make you guys the face of all of Broomfield, but just to kind of follow up with, in case you guys get more feedback other than, what Broomfield can do, not just what Broomfield, police force can do, you guys will kind of obviously bring some of those ideas back also? Or is it just specifically for, like, if you guys get feedback, will you kind of make note and send it over to CMO?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, good.
Yeah, so if stuff comes out that doesn't directly relate to
Okay.
the Broomfield Police Department,
So
absolutely,
there's
which is
kind
why
of
we
a
want
line
to do.
that you
Yep.
just can kind of
Cross
send over an
department.
email or.
Yep, absolutely. And our project team and our steering committee is made up of people throughout the city
Oh,
department.
good.
So absolutely. So all that information will get shared. And honestly, we haven't talked about it, but even if, because we border so many communities, if we get feedback about other police departments, we have those relationships already that will share it with those police departments. Obviously, we're limited on affecting their change, but share the information.
Communication pathway to multiple departments or another city. Great.
Absolutely.
That's excellent. Thank you for being so engaged in the community. I appreciate it. Great program.
Councilmember Shah?
Thank you, Mayor. So over the many conversations that I've had with Police Chief Gary Krager and other police officers and staff, there's always a willingness for input, for ideas, and a willingness to change and improve. And I love that about our police department. I do have a couple of questions. You know, one of them is how is the police department going to really going to individual stakeholders or very small groups that really would have a great amount of hesitancy from showing up at a public meeting. So, you know, I get the answer of, you know, perhaps going to have those meetings in their community, but perhaps they may not even show up to that meeting, but we know about these groups, we know these individuals, and they just aren't going to show up at that kind of a meeting. So how are we going to get their feedback?
And really, that is why our partnership with the DEAI group is so important, because they are welcome or have established those relationships. So we'll use that connection. So maybe it's, hey, they'd rather do a phone call. In this world of virtuality now, we're willing to do it that way if that makes them feel better, where they don't even need to show up. We're also talking about doing it, able to provide anonymous feedback, either online or at the listening session. So if you come to a listening session, don't feel comfortable raising your hand and telling your interaction with the police to a police officer, you're welcome to fill it out online or on paper while you're at that place.
And thank you for all those different ideas. The last piece is kind of goes along with that. With some of those meetings where you are working with the DEAI staff, is there a possibility that police department members would be part of that meeting? And that could alleviate some of the concerns.
Yeah, absolutely. And we haven't completely explored that, but that would be when we meet with the stakeholders and identify, hey, how do you want this listening session to look? If they didn't want us there, we've also talked about, hey, I don't need to be in this. I can be in jeans and a t-shirt and still represent the police department. So really whatever it depends on for that community.
Great, thank you so much for your flexibility and all that.
And Councilmember Schaff, if I may, one of the greatest things, COVID was detrimental in so many respects, but one of the things that COVID did do for us as a community and our nonprofits and our voices that not only didn't have a seat at the table, but were not heard. So Commander Wichach and Alejandro Garcia started a leaders group. I know that Councilmember Tessier is very well versed with this group. It's a multi-dimensional, I would say probably 10 different groups are represented on that leadership. We meet with them monthly. And the work product has really helped influence what this outreach and engagement, the PD Ambassador program looks like. The reason it's not baked is because what it looked like originally, maybe 2 months ago, 3 months ago, is very different than it is now. And so it was the pause button, not only initiated by the PD, but from that leadership group that is really widely represented from those voices to be able to say, this is what listening looks like. And oftentimes we're not good at listening. Listening is hard. It's a discipline, particularly when you haven't been out or you haven't heard that message for a while, if ever. So I think it's going to look vastly different, and I don't pause to be coy. I think the work that we're about ready to embark on is going to be really enlightening and difficult and awful and wonderful, all in the same day, probably in the same conversation. So we're really excited about it, and I'm grateful for the PD for just really being able to participate in some of these conversations thus far. That it was tough to swallow. There were some of these meetings that were tough, and nobody better than Mr. Garcia and Commander Kent to lead us on this journey, and we look forward to many more conversations about it.
Thank you. I pass the chair to Mayor Pro Tem to finish the meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. Gonna have some fun here. Are there any other questions or comments on this item? None, seeing none. Thank you, Commander, for being here tonight.
Thank you.
We do appreciate that. So looks like there are no legislative updates or business before the Broomfield Area Renewal Authority anymore. Or the Arista Local Improvement District Board of Directors this evening, and the second quarter expense report for elected officials was shared on the agenda under special reports. So nothing for items 14, 15, 16, or 17. So we'll be moving on to 18, and these is our council member requests for future action. Our final item this evening are 3 council member requests for future action. And before we get to that, I just wanted to make a quick statement to everyone. Just to keep in mind that, you know, these section 18 requests are meant to be really a simple up and down as to whether or not we want to move forward on the item. This was devised, you know, as a, I guess, as a council members, where we're not supposed to just put something on the agenda. So the idea, council's or section 18 request is to see, is there support for further discussion on this item? So, you know, if we start discussing the item tonight, this already defeats the whole idea of you know, allowing or disallowing an individual council member to create a discussion item. So, you know, I request as much as you can possible to limit comments on this, and, you know, just indicate, you know, a yes or no as to whether or not we're going to move forward with these 3 requests tonight. So having said that, council members' consideration of these items are not on the merits or substance of potential changes. Rather, you'll be asked whether or not you support directing staff to prepare a memo for future action or review. The first request tonight is from Councilmember Henkel regarding directing staff to prepare an amendment to the code that would require private property owners to remove unsanctioned graffiti. Councilmember Henkel, would you briefly summarize your request?
Sure, I'm gonna keep this really short. I sent an email about it and I would appreciate everyone's support. Thank you.
I think that was the quickest section 18 request we've had. Within 5 seconds. Okay, we'll proceed with public comments. Does any member of the public have a comments on this agenda item? Roxy. No, and I do not know if we have any. I don't have access to this right now. Do we have any? Nobody on the phones. So.
I got that covered for you.
Okay. So hearing that we don't have any public comments, we will have questions and comments from City Council are next. And again, this is not on whether or not, this is only on whether or not to direct staff to work on this request. So any questions? Councilmember Chef.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Jezierski. I actually raised my hand just so that you can call on me. But I do.
Never going.
I would say that was my like this, but I do have comments that I'm really intrigued by this subject, and I look forward to the conversation. So thank you for bringing it forward.
Okay. Councilmember Cohen.
Okay, I'm new here, so help me out. Can I ask whether, or we could adjust the question? My experience with graffiti programs, it's usually a public-private partnership where the city government, at least this is Denver and other, they have a graffiti squad. It's funded by the public. And so it's not solely on the private property owner's responsibility. And the main reason for that is so the graffiti is cleaned up quicker, which gets it out of sight, and that generally prevents it from reoccurring. That's the idea. So or do I ask Councilmember Henkel to broaden, or do I just say to you, can you consider that as part of your study?
Councilmember Henkel, do you want to respond?
I apologize. Can you make that a little bit more succinct?
I will try. It's right on my alley. Okay. Can the study include the possibility of a public-private partnership program similar to the graffiti squad in the city county of Denver, which partners with private owners to replace or to cover up graffiti very quickly?
Yes, because we do that right now, which is how we were able to get rid of that graffiti within about a 24-hour period.
But we want to put the ownership, I believe, on the property owner, so that happens quicker. Is that correct?
That was the property owner, council member?
Okay, I thought someone else.
No, it was, and that's part of having great relationships with some of our property owners now. It's that quid pro quo, and they don't want us descending upon them with call after call after call after call, which is sometimes how our partnerships work out. So, but yeah, absolutely, we'll include the P3 language in there.
Yeah, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, seeing that there aren't any questions, we need to give our staff here a little direction as to whether or not we want to proceed with this. Everyone in favor, raise your hand. Is there anyone not in favor? I think we have unanimous support to move forward with that request.
Mayor Pro Tem, may I make a suggestion unless there is a need for additional conversation? Since everyone was so quickly in agreement, how about if we just move straight to ordinance and not have a study session based on your current load and schedule?
Sure. Okay, everyone in favor of that? So I guess what that would do, it would just sort of take out the middle step, and we'd still be able to debate the substance of the statute. It would just be
absolutely
the interim. So I think the idea is based on our schedule, that there isn't maybe a need to really go ahead and have a study session.
I am amenable. Nice experiencing with that. Excellent.
Thank you.
Lori, council question?
Just for clarification, I'm not opposed to statutes bringing forward an ordinance. But if we see the ordinance and it's like not at all what we're thinking, then what?
Like any other debate that we have right now with ordinances, whether there's amendments or changes, or this one, quite frankly, will be a simpler one. I mean, we've had in mind incentivizing, if you will, without taking the ordinance approach. But an ordinance just helps keep things cleaner. But this has been on the radar for just a little over a year now. So, but we can modify it. We can come back. Just don't know if it rises to the complexity of having a study session before going straight to ordinance.
So we see the ordinance, and then if it's just not what we're thinking, then we raise questions, and if we're all happy, then we're good. Okay.
Yeah, Councilmember Reyes, I think it'd be the same as the process within the ordinance. We would see it ahead of time, have a chance to, like you mentioned, have questions to staff. We would debate it on first and second reading.
Exactly.
So plenty of time to review it and provide feedback and potentially change it if necessary. Councilmember Henkel.
Just to add really quickly that this was brought up by a lot of constituents, and this is, something that people wanted to have happen quickly, and that we have other ordinances that we could move farm in the region that we can glean from.
Councilmember Chef.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Jaworski. So if we do move towards ordinance, I'd love to have a conversation with staff to get a little bit more background and kind of the understanding of where this is going. So I just want to put that request out there.
So I believe we have unanimous support to move forward straight to ordinance on this one. Okay, so our second item on section 18 is a request from Councilmember Lim regarding directing staff to research whether Broomfield has the authority to regulate usage of, okay, you're gonna get me on these, perfluoroalkyl. I can't even pronounce this. Perfluoroalkyl or polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFASs, in oil and gas operations. Councilmember Lynn, I'm gonna have you explain this further and better pronounce those two words.
No, I don't want to better pronounce this. I will pronounce PFAS. I did ask I asked my son, who's a chemistry high school teacher, how I should pronounce PFAS. So I do know I'm pronouncing that right. So I did do some preliminary checking with staff on this, and they did indicate that it may be possible to regulate the usage of PFAS in oil and gas operations, but that they need to do additional work in the area, and that they would need our council consent to go ahead with that further work. So because they may have to prepare amendments to our oil and gas regulations on this topic. And then the request would also be extended to see if we could determine whether other industries in Broomfield also, other than the oil and gas industry, use PFAS. So that's the request. I can answer any other questions.
That's perfect. So, and just to clarify again, we're not going to be seeking a study session on this. It's going to be whether to direct staff to further research this item. Saying that, we will proceed with public comments. Does any member of the public have comments on this agenda item? Looks like we have no comments.
How much is it gonna cost?
What was that?
How much is it gonna cost for you to go and study?
Yes, if you come to the podium and formally state your name for the record. Just for the record.
You have to be done this year. You're looking at the wrong person, Roxy.
Okay, we're gonna move on. Do we have any comments on the phone lines? No comments on the phone lines? So we'll have some questions from City Council. Any members of City Council have a question or comment on this item? Seeing no, Councilmember Henkel?
Would we be amenable to perhaps including not only like regulate the usage of PFAS going into the ground? I'm curious as to how we regulate a lot of the chemicals coming out of the ground. So I just had concerns about, we can regulate what goes into the ground. I just don't know if we'll be amenable to looking at what's coming out of the ground, because when we did the pipe pulling, I just had questions about, are we regulating, the effects of that? And that was what came out of the ground. I understand that we banned benzene going down, right? But we didn't ban benzene coming back up, right? So I don't know, what, we can look at this. I just want to put it out there that there are a lot of bad chemicals coming out of the ground to include radioactive materials and so forth. But I don't want to extend too much from what your request is.
Mayor Pro Tem, may I ask for clarification?
Yes.
Councilmember Hinkle, I think if it, again, I can see the scope being significantly larger by adding that second piece, so that gives me a little bit of pause. So if we could start with that first piece, see what we find, come back to council, and even in that exploration of that first piece, we may probably not get a full sense of it, but certainly a piece of what that additional scope, should council want to go in that direction. I can tell you from public health perspective, and strategic initiatives on oil and gas, given that extraction is coming back in 6 weeks, our focus is going to be there. And I just don't want to stretch them any thinner.
I hear you. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Tessier.
Yeah, just real quick, like, how deep and how, I mean, how much time is this research gonna take into looking at this?
I would just say, I mean, we already have, it seems, I can't judge this completely, but it seems like it should not be too difficult because we already have in our regulations that we can't use PFAS in the firefighting foam. So that's in our regulations. So the answer came back, my preliminary answer came back from staff fairly quickly. Yes, this makes sense. You know, we should be able to look, you know, we should be able to look into regulating this in the fracking fluid too. Cool, thank you.
So would this just be a few hours
Yes.
of legal research? Is that what we're looking at?
That is, if I may jump in, Councilmember Lynn, Mayor Pro Tem, that is what we're looking at, and we contacted Elizabeth Pranos, who helped us do that initial opinion that yes, this is an area we can regulate in. Now, to what extent, beyond emergency use, when we're talking about the firefighter foam, which is the main area of PFAS focus right now, that's when we want to do the deeper dive. But we are looking at, I would say, less than 5 for the research. And then if there is an easy fix to the oil and gas regulations, that would be staff time on drafting, which is pretty normal and not too much.
And we know what the cost would be on that 5 hours of research, just so full disclosure.
Probably between $1,500 and $2,000.
Councilmember Chef.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Jaworski. So thank you for bringing up the firefighting foam. That was a conversation that we had back in 2019, summer of 2019, regarding PFAS and firefighting foam. And I had to go back and look at an email that I got from Ms. Yellico. And at that point, they had just recently passed a bill prohibiting the use of PFAS in firefighting foams for training purposes. I'm curious, do we know if the state is going to ban the use of PFAS either with the COGCC or in states in a future state bill in this upcoming session? Is that something that's likely? I mean, I just am curious with your knowledge, Ms. Hoffman, if you know anything about that.
I do not, Councilmember Schaaf. I know that there was residual conversations immediately after that passing, but I haven't heard anything since then. I'm sure COVID and that focus kind of took the lead on those, but we can, I mean, I'm certain that that would be a part once Elizabeth gives us the feedback. She'll have a sense from a regulatory perspective what the state may in fact be doing. That would be difficult to figure out if it's on the pipeline.
Okay, thank you.
We'll add 10 minutes to the research piece to find out.
You know, this is going to take 5 hours and 10 minutes now. Are there any other questions on this proposal?
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, can I do a clarification question? I apologize. I know we didn't say no study session or this isn't going to be an ordinance, but what is the product that staff would prepare and how do we get it back to council? When Councilmember Lynn and I were talking about this request, I was envisioning a study session because I don't know how else we can communicate this information other than preparing a written memo and then potentially it's another section 18 request.
Yeah, I guess I would ask Councilmember Lynn what she would prefer. Although I'll preface that with saying, I would guess the Councilmember memo would be, give us the information that you found, and then if there's additional questions, we can take it from there. But Councilmember Lynn.
I mean, to a certain extent, we can say the same thing about a lot of the oil and gas regulations. I mean, a lot of the oil and gas regulations where the details were ironed out and debated at the biweekly oil and gas meetings. So, I don't know if that would be acceptable to say, okay, we're gonna research this and then bring it back to the biweekly oil and gas meeting before we bring the ordinance to council.
I think that, that makes sense, Councilmember Lim, and we'll look at what the final product is and distinguish what we can discuss at the oil and gas meeting and bring that forward as a regulatory discussion compared with maybe some of the legal advice, and we'll separate those out. But that sounds good. Thank you.
Councilmember Groom?
I don't think a majority of us can attend that meeting, so I would prefer that not be how you communicate to council.
Can I suggest that we do a council memo? It'll be a stand aside email. I think we're transitioning to that. We haven't quite worked all of that out, how to do it, but I think we've been able to alleviate some of council times on those agendas and memos by getting not a full-fledged memo, but at least those emails out front. So if you just indulge us, and we will try that approach before getting something back on the agenda. And then we can just receive feedback, and then we can even have it under, I'm going to look at City Attorney Rogers and say, after the memo goes out, we can clarify and then bring it back perhaps under an attorney's report. Would that suffice? Great.
Okay,
Thank you.
is everyone in favor? Oh, actually, any more questions? Seeing no more questions, it's just an indication, everyone in favor of memo being prepared by staff. 5+ hours working on this on PFASs or PFAS. Anyone opposed to this proposal? Seeing none, marching orders have been given. So we have our now third item of the night. Let's find out where it is. This is a request from Councilmember Groom regarding directing staff to draft changes to the Broomfield Municipal Code regarding encampments in parks and open space to include the word all of Broomfield. Councilmember Groom, summarize your request.
Certainly, and it's not specific to the word all. I'm looking for staff to fill in the details of the word all. So in our last discussion associated with encampments, as Broomfield prepares to offer the individuals living in tents the hotel vouchers, and then once they're turned down, have them, I believe, when we were talking, leave Broomfield, we were discussing that would be all of Broomfield, and that was kind of the word being used, but right now our codes don't include all of Broomfield. It includes parks, and parks would cover open space, but it doesn't include some of the specific areas of Broomfield. So what I want us to do is clean up the municipal code to protect us, to say, if we ask someone to leave Broomfield because they choose not to take the voucher system, then what does our code need to look like? What do those words need to be? So I just want the staff and legal aspect or legal to look at our code and make a recommendation of what that word all should be.
Thank you. We proceed with public comments on this agenda item. Does any member of the public have comments? In person, it looks like we have no comments in person here tonight. Do we have any comments on the phone line? No comments on our phone line. So next will be questions or comments from City Council. So any City Council member have a question or a comment on this proposal? Councilmember Tessier.
Thank you. I'm not sure where you're going with this, Councilmember Groom. My understanding was that the police. Well, I don't know. Let me get some more clarification from you first. Certainly, so I guess I don't understand what's the question.
I don't know what your question is, because it's different from this, what all is. And if you want all of Broomfield to be included, then I would say no to the request, because I feel like this is an opportunity to provide dignity and options, and I'm a no.
Councilmember Green, do you want to clarify what you're asking for?
Certainly, so, valid point. I would not, so any, private land would not be included. So valid point in regards to the word all. I am more specifically talking about, Broomfield, city and county of Broomfield land. So for instance, if a private institution wanted something in their parking lot, that is not what I'm talking about. So, valid point out in regards to the word all. I would just be specifically talking about Broomfield. CCOB, land.
Thank you. Does that clarify it, Councilmember Teskey? Yes. Is there any other questions or comments on this agenda item? Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I think this a quick brief discussion here could maybe help. What are we referring to? Is it parks, open space, and then it would be like sidewalks and right of ways? Is this sort of to address this concern about what we're going to bring people out of the parks and become more visible, but I don't even know what else we include in Broomfield that's once we get to be, I guess parking lots of public buildings. Yeah, I think it would be helpful for a clarification of, I don't know if staff can clarify better what all CCOB is.
I guess that's what I would be looking for staff to bring is what is that inclusive list? So we could say yes or no. Like, originally we were just talking about a couple of them, but maybe you bring that list and we say, no, we don't want to include the parking lots. Right?
Yes, I think that is, we could provide that list. We've seen ordinances around the nation that are as specific as to identify rights of way or any publicly owned or leased land, which would cover all parking lots, grass outside the CCOB building, places like that. So we could provide that type of list. Now, what to include on the list, so ultimately is a policy decision by council if you want it to encompass all public lands or just rights of way, for example, if that helps, Councilmember Anderson.
Do you need us to provide that direction tonight, or can you bring us that choice in the study session for discussion? So I guess that's what I was looking for, is you guys bring us the choice in the study session, and then we have that discussion.
So I think we need to clarify, was there a study session proposed with this one? Because all I was seeing on the agenda was similar to what we talked about for the graffiti, coming straight with an ordinance.
We had no pre-plan whether this would be a study session or a memo or, so if council wanted to move forward on, again, giving staff direction to develop a comprehensive list that then council would, from a menu of places in CCOB boundaries. I mean, again, as Ms. Rogers stated, we can provide a list and then council decides. So really the question would be us moving forward on this item.
So I think moving forward, do you have a council member room? Are you requesting a study session on this? Is that what you're requesting?
So yes, now that I have a little bit more insight, I think, yes, I would request a study session and a list.
So
That's what I would propose tonight.
you're requesting a list of possible areas that will be brought to a study session. We can then discuss that. Okay. Are there any further questions, Councilmember Anderson?
Thank you. I'm trying to think back to, the start of this conversation, and I believe as we were discussing, not having camping on the parks and open spaces, that then there is camping other places, and whether it's in the parking lots and I think understanding that, but also I think what would be super helpful is to understand from a staff perspective and from our chief's perspective, what is beneficial as they are enforcing this camping ordinance. And then I can see from the emails that we're receiving that we really want to focus on the solutions. That it's very clear in there that we, instead of trying to, so I want to make sure that we're making sure we stay in focus of what we're trying to understand. So whether it's, I think that is a package would be more helpful than just the locations of what could be precluded, but also what is necessary for the enforcement from a staff perspective. And also, we really want to moving on that conversation of how do we really move this discussion forward on the solution aspect of it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Anderson. And it's my understanding that that's like a phase 2 or phase 3 of this discussion, right? The solutions to the homeless issue.
Yes, so the upcoming town hall, the upcoming study session, again, it's forever moving. But on this specific request, staff will do whatever you direct us to do. So if the direction is to incorporate a list, we can certainly put that together. Is it a standalone? Again, from an enforcement perspective is different than the solutions. So.
Right, I think that was my understanding that we'll be talking about solutions in a separate study session, I guess. So I think this request from Councilmember Groom is specific to whether or not we want to discuss expanding our code to include areas beyond just the parks and open space. So knowing that's the request by Councilmember Groom, are there any other questions or comments on that specific request? Councilmember Schecht. I had to say that.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Jasinski.
I haven't heard that before.
This last week, we had a discussion and gave direction to staff that was really confined to enabling our police department to find an alternative location for community members that were unhoused or experiencing homelessness. In my mind, we have a lot of conversations occurring in the near future, around our community members that are unhoused, and I prefer to have all of these conversations happen in a coordinated manner and not in a piecemeal manner. We cannot start to address one issue without, seeing how it's going to address something else within the same larger context. So I think it would be more appropriate to occur for this conversation to occur during those conversations. And to be, brought at that point as opposed to dealing with this as a separate item. So I think that we have to look more to a holistic approach as opposed to a piecemeal approach. So I would prefer that this be, if we're going to have this conversation, that it be a part of those larger study sessions as opposed to a separate conversation.
Thank you, Councilmember Schecht. Councilmember Cohen, did you have a question? No. Are there any other further questions or comments? Seeing no further questions or comments, all those in favor of a study session on the item requested by Councilmember Groom, raise your hand. So we have all those, I don't know, do we have all those not in favor? I don't know if we actually do this. So it looks like staff direction is not to pursue this item. Yeah.
Jim?
Yes.
I do really like Councilmember Schecht's idea though of incorporating the discussion into the holistic, conversations that we already have scheduled. That makes more sense.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there any other business to come before council?